Energy efficiency. It may be a new sector in the Philippines, but its benefits and possibilities are endless. From ensuring energy security to helping solve climate change. Energy efficiency introduces a new, significantly sized indigenous clean energy source to our generation mix, reducing the need to source energy from conventional sources like coal. In the global context, more energy efficiency interventions are being called as compared to other solutions like renewable energy, in order to uphold the Paris Agreement and achieve our global pathway towards limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Also, energy efficiency is positioned to help achieve sustainable economic development for our country. It can deliver long-term economic impacts such as increased productivity, slower rise in energy prices, and the generator of green jobs. With all of these, energy efficiency shall lead to the world and the Philippines' energy transition towards a low-carbon and more sustainable future. But what is energy efficiency, and how is it positioned in the Philippine energy industry? Energy efficiency is a way of managing and restraining the growth in energy consumption, resulting in less energy input for the same services, or the delivery of more services for the same energy input. In April 2019, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act was passed. Through this issuance, all sectors of the industry, including households and small businesses, will have access to different energy efficiency technologies, plans, and programs. The market of energy-consuming products such as refrigerators, room air conditioners, lighting products, televisions, motors, and even motor vehicles will be transformed through escalating minimum energy performance standards and energy labeling guidelines. Further, establishments with at least 500 equivalent megawatt-hours in annual electricity and fuel consumption are now mandated to set up programs to promote energy efficiency, conservation, and sufficiency, among others. Also, with the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Roadmap, where we expect to shave off 182 million tons of oil equivalent of energy consumption from 2017 through 2040, we can create 9 million jobs, achieve about 36 trillion pesos in energy savings, for 45,900 megawatts in energy infrastructure upgrades, and avoid 1.7 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. In order to achieve the 182 MTOE reduction through 2040, we need an inflow of about 12 trillion pesos investments through wider and deeper stakeholder engagements, broader procurement regulations, strengthened energy service company or ESCO sector, innovative financial mechanisms, and the availability of sustained fiscal incentives. While you might think of this as complicated, whether you are just an individual household replacing your lighting and cooling appliances to a more efficient one, or a large industrial facility erecting a large waste-to-heat recovery cogeneration plant, or anything in between, everyone can actually contribute to the economy's 12 trillion peso capital raise. Further, energy service companies or ESCOs are there to help energy consumers as one-stop shops to audit, finance, design, procure, install, and maintain your new energy-efficient systems. So, what are you waiting for? Participate now to the 182 MTOE Challenge. Let's help transition the Philippines to a more sustainable future by making energy efficiency as the economy's first fuel. To learn more, visit the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance's website and social media pages. Thank you for watching. Be energy efficient now.
With the growing threat of climate change, the economies turn to energy efficiency as an important solution. But energy efficiency market growth couldn't go on full throttle. Securing financing is difficult. Energy audits are expensive. Energy efficiency is perceived as risky. Our mission at Climergy is to solve these problems. 1. By providing equity to projects. 2. Removing the cost burden of energy audits. And 3. Acting as an aggregator of energy efficiency projects. Our business model is a pioneer in Southeast Asia. We are at the industry's frontier in the region. Whether you're an investor, ESCO, or an organization looking to save energy, we are committed to make energy efficiency your first fuel in the economy's net zero transition.
We spend approximately 90% of our time indoors, which is why at Carrier, we're always looking to the future of healthy buildings, developing products that help make our indoor air not only comfortable, but cleaner and healthier as well. That includes Carrier OptiClean, a portable filtration system designed to actively improve indoor air quality. And since it doesn't require ductwork, it's ready to roll into healthcare facilities, offices, and schools. OptiClean pulls in air from the surrounding area and passes it through HEPA-grade filtration to remove 99.97% of contaminants as small as 0.3 microns that flow through the filter. It then recirculates cleaner, filtered air back into the room, so everyone can rest assured knowing the air around them is healthier. Carrier OptiClean. It's just one more way we're redefining the future of indoor environments today.
Recently, Daikin has coordinated with both Japan and Brazilian industry, government, and academia to introduce regulations for more energy-efficient air conditioners. Similar efforts are being pursued in India and across Asia.
省エネの機器であるとか、温暖化係数の低い冷媒とかですね、そういったものを普及させることで、空調の普及と省エネを同時に実現するということを目指してまして、みんなで力を合わせて頑張っているところです。
Daikin's environmental efforts go beyond energy-efficient products. They include energy-saving solutions for entire buildings and communities. For example, the bulk of a building's energy consumption is devoted to air conditioning, ventilation, and lighting. Daikin provides centralized management systems that enable visualizations of this energy usage.
Bawat Pilipino may sariling kwento. Pero ano man ang pinagdaraanan, isa lang ang gustong patunguhan. Isang Pilipinas na umuusad at umuunlad. Kaya kumikilos tayo. Di lang para sa sarili, kundi para sa lahat. Sa mahigit 100 taon, kasama ng Pilipino ang Shell sa pagpapaunlad ng ating bansa. Para sa future scientists at engineers, so they can keep creating sustainable solutions that move us forward. Para sa mga nagsisimula ng negosyo, so they can keep moving forward with businesses that do good. Para sa ating mga komunidad, so they can keep making lives better for their families and for our society. Para kahit sa mga sulok ng Pilipinas, we can keep moving forward with good energy. Marami pa tayong magagawa. Kaya sama-sama tayo. Let's keep moving the Philippines forward.
The power to move a nation forward takes root in the productivity of business and industries. As your Meralco corporate partner, we understand the role power plays in fueling the growth of your business, how it moves, how it brings things to life, how it drives your business, and ultimately, how it plays a role in building a nation. We have evolved from being a power distribution company to a total energy solutions provider.
We value the fact that Meralco has taken a very proactive approach to customer service and given us the ability to provide reliable and sustainable services to our customers, effectively tying our relationship with Meralco to our relationship with our customers.
There is power in partnerships. Partner with us today.
WESCO Electrical and Equipment Corporation is an engineering solutions provider, a third-party testing and commissioning and document management consultant, and importantly, a certified energy service company, one of only 5 here in the Philippines. With over 32 years of experience in the industry, here and in California, USA, WESCO upholds its commitment to give only the best to our customers. We use state-of-the-art instruments and software technologies that are internationally recognized and compliant with the standards. For Level 2 and Level 3 energy audits, we represent the US-based FED software used in calculating carbon emissions, a vital and systematic approach to decision-making in achieving energy savings. Here are some of WESCO's power asset management solutions: condition-based maintenance, in-service and online monitoring, power quality, infrared thermography, protective relaying for power systems, excitation and AVR for power generators, monitoring power solutions, and photovoltaic testing. We have a complete range of energy solutions for commercial, industrial, and utilities to achieve your energy efficiency goals. WESCO keeps your power assets at optimum performance. WESCO Electrical and Equipment Corporation, the leading provider for technical services and training for the power system industry.
Energy efficiency. It may be a new sector in the Philippines, but its benefits and possibilities are endless. From ensuring energy security to helping solve climate change. Energy efficiency introduces a new, significantly sized indigenous clean energy source to our generation mix, reducing the need to source energy from conventional sources like coal. In the global context, more energy efficiency interventions are being called as compared to other solutions like renewable energy, in order to uphold the Paris Agreement and achieve our global pathway towards limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Also, energy efficiency is positioned to help achieve sustainable economic development for our country. It can deliver long-term economic impacts such as increased productivity, slower rise in energy prices, and the generator of green jobs. With all of these, energy efficiency shall lead to the world and the Philippines' energy transition towards a low-carbon and more sustainable future. But what is energy efficiency, and how is it positioned in the Philippine energy industry? Energy efficiency is a way of managing and restraining the growth in energy consumption, resulting in less energy input for the same services, or the delivery of more services for the same energy input. In April 2019, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act was passed. Through this issuance, all sectors of the industry, including households and small businesses, will have access to different energy efficiency technologies, plans, and programs. The market of energy-consuming products such as refrigerators, room air conditioners, lighting products, televisions, motors, and even motor vehicles will be transformed through escalating minimum energy performance standards and energy labeling guidelines. Further, establishments with at least 500 equivalent megawatt-hours in annual electricity and fuel consumption are now mandated to set up programs to promote energy efficiency, conservation, and sufficiency, among others. Also, with the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Roadmap, where we expect to shave off 182 million tons of oil equivalent of energy consumption from 2017 through 2040, we can create 9 million jobs, achieve about 36 trillion pesos in energy savings, for 45,900 megawatts in energy infrastructure upgrades, and avoid 1.7 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. In order to achieve the 182 MTOE reduction through 2040, we need an inflow of about 12 trillion pesos investments through wider and deeper stakeholder engagements, broader procurement regulations, strengthened energy service company or ESCO sector, innovative financial mechanisms, and the availability of sustained fiscal incentives. While you might think of this as complicated, whether you are just an individual household replacing your lighting and cooling appliances to a more efficient one, or a large industrial facility erecting a large waste-to-heat recovery cogeneration plant, or anything in between, everyone can actually contribute to the economy's 12 trillion peso capital raise. Further, energy service companies or ESCOs are there to help energy consumers as one-stop shops to audit, finance, design, procure, install, and maintain your new energy-efficient systems. So, what are you waiting for? Participate now to the 182 MTOE Challenge. Let's help transition the Philippines to a more sustainable future by making energy efficiency as the economy's first fuel. To learn more, visit the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance's website and social media pages. Thank you for watching. Be energy efficient now.
With the growing threat of climate change, the economies turn to energy efficiency as an important solution. But energy efficiency market growth couldn't go on full throttle. Securing financing is difficult. Energy audits are expensive. Energy efficiency is perceived as risky. Our mission at Climergy is to solve these problems. 1. By providing equity to projects. 2. Removing the cost burden of energy audits. And 3. Acting as an aggregator of energy efficiency projects. Our business model is a pioneer in Southeast Asia. We are at the industry's frontier in the region. Whether you're an investor, ESCO, or an organization looking to save energy, we are committed to make energy efficiency your first fuel in the economy's net zero transition.
We spend approximately 90% of our time indoors, which is why at Carrier, we're always looking to the future of healthy buildings, developing products that help make our indoor air not only comfortable, but cleaner and healthier as well. That includes Carrier OptiClean, a portable filtration system designed to actively improve indoor air quality. And since it doesn't require ductwork, it's ready to roll into healthcare facilities, offices, and schools. OptiClean pulls in air from the surrounding area and passes it through HEPA-grade filtration to remove 99.97% of contaminants as small as 0.3 microns that flow through the filter. It then recirculates cleaner, filtered air back into the room, so everyone can rest assured knowing the air around them is healthier. Carrier OptiClean. It's just one more way we're redefining the future of indoor environments today.
Recently, Daikin has coordinated with both Japan and Brazilian industry, government, and academia to introduce regulations for more energy-efficient air conditioners. Similar efforts are being pursued in India and across Asia.
省エネの機器であるとか、温暖化係数の低い冷媒とかですね、そういったものを普及させることで、空調の普及と省エネを同時に実現するということを目指してまして、みんなで力を合わせて頑張っているところです。
Daikin's environmental efforts go beyond energy-efficient products. They include energy-saving solutions for entire buildings and communities. For example, the bulk of a building's energy consumption is devoted to air conditioning, ventilation, and lighting. Daikin provides centralized management systems that enable visualizations of this energy usage.
Bawat Pilipino may sariling kwento. Pero ano man ang pinagdaraanan, isa lang ang gustong patunguhan. Isang Pilipinas na umuusad at umuunlad. Kaya kumikilos tayo. Di lang para sa sarili, kundi para sa lahat. Sa mahigit 100 taon, kasama ng Pilipino ang Shell sa pagpapaunlad ng ating bansa. Para sa future scientists at engineers, so they can keep creating sustainable solutions that move us forward. Para sa mga nagsisimula ng negosyo, so they can keep moving forward with businesses that do good. Para sa ating mga komunidad, so they can keep making lives better for their families and for our society. Para kahit sa mga sulok ng Pilipinas, we can keep moving forward with good energy. Marami pa tayong magagawa. Kaya sama-sama tayo. Let's keep moving the Philippines forward.
Welcome back to PE2's 2022 Energy Efficiency Day 2. My name is Ruthie Owen, and I will be your moderator for this afternoon. Thank you all for joining us today, and it's great to see everyone back. Just a quick recap of our Day 1 sessions. We heard key government personalities from the Department of Finance, Denmark, and Austria share the importance of energy efficiency and how EE has contributed to their economies. We also hear speakers talk about climate finance, EE's role in ADB's new energy policy, sustainable cooling, and the growing cooling demand for district cooling in ASEAN. This two-day conference is brought to you by our gold sponsors, Climergy, Concepcion Carrier Air Conditioning Company, Daikin Air Conditioning Philippines, EP Group, Shell, and Shatcom PH. And our bronze sponsors are Cool Engineering Corporation, Meralco M-Serve, Upgrade Energy Philippines, and Wesco Electrical and Equipment Corporation. So before we resume with our afternoon session, we would like to remind you once again of our housekeeping rules. In case you accidentally left this webinar and would like to join again, just click the Zoom confirmation link that we have sent to your email. The event will run until 5:30 p.m. today, Manila time. To watch us in full screen, kindly pin Cloud Events video for a full screen experience. All microphones and videos of the attendees will be automatically muted and turned off. However, you're allowed to switch it on during the Q&A session later if you would like to ask questions. The chat function will also be disabled throughout the session. If you have any questions for our speakers, please type it on the chat box at the bottom of your screen. We will select a few questions that our speakers would answer during the Q&A session. So now we would like to show you a short video from the Management Association of the Philippines Energy Committee that is encouraging industrial, commercial, and residential consumers to adopt energy efficiency.
For over 65 years, Republic Cement has kept sustainability at the forefront of our operations. Through initiatives such as EcoLoop, our waste heat recovery systems, energy-efficient horror mills, data science, and artificial intelligence initiatives, we have diverted over 1 billion sachets from landfills and waterways, saved 2,700 megawatt-hours, prevented over 47,000 tons in CO2 emissions per year, and increased energy efficiency by 30%. We remain deeply committed to safeguarding the environment through continuous operational efficiencies, all towards building a greener and stronger republic.
In line with RA 11285, the PLDT Group tapped M-Serve and Spectrum to help us identify more initiatives in the areas of energy efficiency and renewables. The engagement includes, among others, the conduct of energy audits of 120 of our sites nationwide and the installation of solar rooftops on PLDT facilities. This partnership with Meralco underscores the value of working together for energy sustainability. As a result, the PLDT Group is well on its way to achieving greater energy efficiency and is in good position to accelerate the reduction of our carbon footprint with the use of solar power.
As scorching heat strikes and extreme weather conditions arises, alarm bells for brownouts are up again, resulting in the discontent of Filipino consumers. With the post-pandemic recovery in sight, a reliable, adequate, and cost-efficient electricity service is a must. And energy efficiency will play a pivotal role in keeping the lights on. What is energy efficiency? According to the Environmental and Energy Study Institute, energy efficiency simply means using less energy to perform the same task. That is, eliminating energy waste. This will not only help cut costs for households and other large-scale consumers, but it will also contribute to the clean energy transition as well. With the Philippines having the highest electricity rates in the Asian region, energy efficiency is an overlooked and yet necessary tool to reduce costs in a clean way. According to the Research of Power Utilities and the Department of Energy, or the DOE, the top contributors to monthly electricity consumption of industries and businesses are cooling appliances with 40 to 70% share in monthly electric bills, refrigeration, freezers and chillers with 10 to 20% share, computers and printers with 10 to 47%, and lighting with a 4 to 30% share. To manage electricity consumption, businesses as well as residential consumers can practice the following energy efficiency measures. For space cooling and air conditioning systems, if the thermostat is set at 25 degrees Celsius, an estimated amount of 5% to 7% in energy savings can be achieved for every 1 degree setback. While putting PVC strip curtains at the entrances of cold rooms can help reduce 20% to 40% in energy bills. Businesses and industries are also advised to adhere to the correct air conditioning size while following a regular maintenance schedule. This is to avoid the 30 to 40% potential increase in energy consumption of poorly maintained units. Even clogged air filters can cause high energy consumption. For refrigerators and freezers, inverter technology is the gold standard. Switching to LED. Choosing the right kind of lighting and leveraging on smart technologies like intelligent metering system are generally more cost-effective. The experts in energy-efficient technologies are the energy service companies, ESCOs, or the third-party project developers duly accredited by the DOE. What is an energy service company? Energy service companies, or ESCOs, offer energy efficiency solutions for businesses. According to the DOE, they offer the following services: develop, design, and arrange financing for energy efficiency projects, install and maintain the energy efficient equipment involved, measure, monitor, and verify the project's energy savings. The Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance, or the PE2, stated that the best starting point for any business is to conduct an energy audit. This process will identify specific energy-efficient investments in the operational chain of businesses. Energy audits normally take 3 to 6 months or up to a year depending on the complexity of the facilities. With the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, or Republic Act 11285, the use of Demand-Side Management Program, or DSM, is encouraged. The use of DSM results in the shifting of power demand from peak to off-peak periods, which reduces demand during peak hours, therefore lessening the probability of brownouts. As an incentive for businesses to shift loads under a DSM program, the Energy Regulatory Commission, ERC, will institutionalize peak and off-peak rates. Lower tariffs during off-peak hours will reduce electricity bills if businesses are willing to shift their loads to the lower consumption periods during the day. The energy efficiency investment potential for the Philippines have been estimated by PE2 to be reaching as much as 12.2 trillion pesos, and of the total, 252 billion pesos will have to be invested in government buildings and facilities. These investments are paramount to the decarbonization goals of the country, as well as the mid-century net zero aspirations of many green activist corporations and businesses. The estimated greenhouse gas GHG emission reduction could top 52 million tons of CO2 equivalent annually, and that could be ramped up to 93 million tons of CO2 by 2040. Which is the equivalent of 20 million cars taken off the road, or planting 4.3 billion trees, or the deferment of up to 45,900 megawatts in the next 20 years, through 2040. Capital mobilization will also create more than 9.2 million green jobs, an ideal industry for the younger generation of job seekers, like the millennials and Gen Zs, since energy efficiency often go hand in hand with digital technology. A great first step to help in this ever-changing world.
Currently, MServe is handling our chiller management system here in ILCC Alabang. Insular Life was able to save 24 million in 2016 and 26 million in 2017.
The vision in terms of energy consumption is for San Beda to be a front runner in being an energy efficient school. Now, this can only be done through a close and continuous monitoring and improvement of the power utilization in the school.
For our first keynote message, we have the Senior Undersecretary for Power, Renewable Energy, Planning and Investments of the Department of Energy Philippines. He will be speaking on decarbonizing the energy sector with energy efficiency as the first fuel in the clean energy scenario of the Philippine Energy Plan from 2018 to 2040. Attorney Felix William Bukid Fuentebella, commonly known as Wimpy, hails from Tigaon, Camarines Sur, where he served as congressman of the 4th, formerly 3rd Legislative District. As a member of House of Representatives of the Philippines, he pursued several bills including the Anti-Money Laundering Act or the Republic Act 9160 and amendments to the Procurement Act or Republic Act 9184. Wimpy Fuentebella earned his Bachelor of Science in Business Administration in 1997 from the University of the Philippines, started his Bachelor of Laws in the Ateneo Law School and continued it from San Sebastian College Recoletos Institute of Laws and passing the bar examination in 2009. Wimpy Fuentebella started his government career as a political affairs officer from 1997 to 2000, as Chief of Staff from 2007 to 2010, Housing Commissioner of the Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, HLURB, in 2010. Deputy Secretary General of the Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, HUDCC, in 2011. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Senior Undersecretary Felix William Wimpy Fuentebella of the Department of Energy.
Policymakers, resource speakers, technical experts, and think tanks on energy efficiency and other clean energy technologies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, we send our appreciation to the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance for the conduct of the Energy Efficiency Day 2022, which also marks the 3rd anniversary of RA 11285 or the Energy Efficiency Act of 2019. Thank you for this opportunity to bring together our narratives that will further encourage the uptake of energy efficient technologies and get more movement on our energy efficient platforms. This year's theme, Energy Transition's First Fuel, comes as a timely endeavor since one of the global challenges is on decarbonizing the energy sector. Energy efficiency has been tagged as the first fuel for the energy transition. This is done by the International Energy Agency at the Davos Agenda session in January 2022. It is also considered as a silver lining as the world seeks to curb its greenhouse gas emissions towards a climate-resilient, low-carbon economy. Energy efficiency, alongside the use of renewables and alternative fuels, form part of the country's decarbonization wheel of its energy system. Recognizing this, our Philippine Energy Plan 2020 to 2040 leans on its targets under the clean energy scenario, namely, number 1, 35% and 50% increase in renewable energy shares in the power generation mix by 2030 and 2040 respectively. 10% penetration rate of electric vehicles and 5% energy savings on oil and electricity by 2040. Energy efficiency is and will always be a priority sector in the Philippine energy agenda. the government continues to develop the framework to ensure that energy efficiency measures are identified and implemented for all sectors of the economy. Moreover, these indicators will help achieve the country's set targets in its nationally determined contribution. The issuance of the Energy Efficiency Act of 2019 was indeed a milestone accomplishment for the energy sector and the country as well. This policy provides that energy efficiency and conservation should really be a way of life in the country. To move it forward, several provisions have already been accomplished, to include: 1. Endorsement of energy efficiency and conservation projects to the Board of Investments for fiscal incentives. 2. Prescribe the minimum energy performance for products covered by the Philippine Energy Labeling Program for compliance of importers, manufacturers, distributors, dealers, and retailers of energy-consuming products. 3. Conduct of Energy Efficiency and Excellence Awards in 2021, where 7 private companies and 8 government entities were recognized for their energy efficiency and conservation endeavors. 4. Enhance compliance to the government energy management program, resulting to increase in the electricity and fuel savings from the public sector. 5. Submission of energy consumption reports by designated establishments from the commercial, industrial, and transport sectors. And 6. Establishment of guidelines for the administration, classification, and certification of energy service companies. As of March 2022, we now have 34 registered and certified energy service companies. Further, the department has already issued 25 out of 31 required policies provided under the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act. In the country's stride towards energy transition, energy efficiency will have to be complemented with the right investment and financing vehicles. As one of the focus areas of the Department of Energy's engagement in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, under the Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization Program, the energy sector is guided with the objective of strengthening enabling conditions in order to drive clean energy investments and finance in energy efficiency and conservation and renewable energy. Moreover, the Philippine Energy Plan 2021 to 2040 will be formulated to boost clean energy investments and financing mechanisms that eventually wean the country off from its dependence on carbon fuels. We do not wish to take much of your time, as we are all eager to hear and learn from the energy efficiency visionaries, thought leaders, development partners, and business representatives who are present here today. We know that it will take decades to turn around the effects of climate change. But now is the time to act and make a difference in promoting and implementing energy efficient fuels and technologies that will protect our environment and the future generation. Thank you very much and good day to everyone.
Thank you very much, Senior Yusek Fuentebella, for those inspiring messages. And a pleasant good afternoon again to everyone. My name is Terry Asidilio Lapus, VP for External Affairs of PE2. Allow me to introduce our second keynote speaker, who will speak on developing the energy efficiency as a new industry with fiscal incentives for investments under the CREATE SIPP framework. Maria Corazon Halili Dichosa is a career executive with more than 25 years in the Board of Investments, or BOI. As the Executive Director of the Industry Development Services, she handles all industry-related matters and policies of the agency, including
representing the agency in various task groups for vaccines and in the National Employment Recovery Strategy Task Force. Ladies and gentlemen, the Executive Director of the Industry Development Services of the Board of Investments, Ms. Maria Corazon Halili Dichosa.
Mr. Alexander Ablasa, President of the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance, Inc., or PE2. Distinguished PE2 officers and members, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for inviting our agency, the Board of Investments, to be part of the celebration of Energy Efficiency Day 2022 with the theme, Energy Transition's First Fuel. At the recent Davos Agenda session, the International Energy Agency's Executive Director, Fatih Birol, called energy efficiency as the world's first fuel, the fuel you do not have to use and is pivotal in the world's journey to net zero. That is, to keep global warming at 1.5 degrees Celsius. Moreover, she stressed that in terms of supply, it is abundantly available and cheap to extract. While implementing energy efficiency in very specific technologies may be complicated or even expensive, there are cross-cutting technologies that companies may consider as effective in terms of savings potential. This includes the use of energy-efficient lighting and IT systems, the replacement of old lighting elements in conjunction with intelligent control methods, and reorganizing IT systems are said to result in savings of up to 70%. Further, some basic technologies for energy efficiency also include electrically driven elements such as motors, compressed air systems, pumps, and fans. Specific to industry, the means of improving industrial energy efficiency are well known. This includes having an internal energy management system to monitor and reduce energy usage and implement energy-saving ideas, carrying out energy audits to identify the business hotspots of energy use, controlling and managing the use of machinery, and increasing the use of energy-efficient lighting. In the homes, energy efficiency measures can include the use of more energy-efficient appliances, air conditioning systems, and light bulbs. And for commercial buildings, it pays to have an energy management system that considers the building layout and materials, the systems and equipment or appliances installed in it, as well as the people who will use the building. In transport, it is notable how improvements in engine technology and vehicle design have increased the fuel efficiency of motor vehicles. With the increasing adoption of electric and other alternative fuel vehicles, it is expected that global CO2 emissions would be further reduced and energy efficiency boosted. Now here at home, the Philippine Energy Plan 2020 to 2040 has laid out the clean energy scenario, providing the transformation towards clean energy, where renewable energy will account for 50% in the power generation mix, energy savings of 5% on oil products and electricity through energy efficiency, and 10% penetration rate of electric vehicles for road transport. To facilitate adoption of energy efficiency measures, Republic Act number 11285, or the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, was approved. As provided under the law, energy efficiency projects were included as among the priority activities under the 2020 Investments Priorities Plan, or IPP, as the Transitional Strategic IPP under the CREATE Act. As such, EEC projects that have been endorsed by the Department of Energy, stating that the project will meet the energy savings threshold of at least 15% at the project boundary, may qualify for registration with the BOI and be entitled to incentives like 4 to 7 years of income tax holiday, depending on the location of the project, enhanced deductions on some operating expenses, duty exemption and importation of capital equipment, raw materials, spare parts, or accessories, and VAT exemption on importation and VAT zero rating on local purchases related to the registered activity. There is no doubt that corresponding efficiency strategies lead to competitive advantages through the savings on the cost side of companies. In addition, the individual and overall economic dependence on raw material imports is also significantly reduced. This is especially important with the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine, where import dependence, particularly on oil, and the associated high volatility of markets put a lot of pressure on our local industries. We can also recall the supply chain disruptions that wreaked havoc in the company's operations at the height of the pandemic. I believe that energy efficiency measures can provide a bit of impetus for companies to do backward integration with the savings that can be derived out of implementing these measures. Evidently, there is no easy and quick path towards increased energy efficiency. But as we gear towards clean energy transition, the government will remain steadfast in achieving the country's clean energy goals and net zero objective. And we enjoin everybody to embrace and promote energy efficiency, as well as the utilization of renewable energy sources for a greener and healthier Philippines, for now and the future generations. Thank you for your attention, and mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Senior Yusek Fantavella and Ms. Maria Corazon Halili Dichosa, for your keynote messages for us on this afternoon's opening session. We are indeed happy to hear that the Department of Energy supports energy efficiency as a priority sector in the clean energy transition pathway and as a main component of the Philippine Energy Plan 2018 to 2040. Targeting at least 5% energy savings from oil and electricity by 2040. And with the DOE's endorsement of EE projects for fiscal incentives, together with the BOI's inclusion of EE as a transitional strategic IPP under the CREATE Act, there is no doubt that local industry will turn out to be more competitive and resilient through the implementation of energy efficiency measures. Indeed, it should be a way of life for all of us, Yusek Fantavella diligently pointed out, for a greener and healthier Philippines. Thank you once again to our keynote speakers, and this will now close our opening session. I will now turn over to our moderator for technical session 3. Over to you, Terry.
Thank you, Ruth. We will now proceed with our third technical session with the theme Energy Service Companies, or ESCOs, and Third-Party Investments. Our third session tackles global ESCO market trends, platforms for developing bankable energy efficiency projects, and an equity vehicle for ESCO-led energy efficiency upgrades in the commercial and industrial sector. Allow me to introduce our next 4 speakers. So may I request the speakers to please open your cameras. All right. First off is Dr. Saren E. Lutkin, PhD and senior economist at UNEP DTU, combines an MBA background and a PhD in climate finance with experience from 10 years of service in the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, of which 2 years posted in India and 3 in China, to implement the Danish bilateral climate change assistance. Before these postings, he brought together the team that established EBRD's first ESCO in Eastern Europe in 1997, and since then has been working on climate change-related project development and financing with a prime focus on energy efficiency and renewable energy sources. Since his posting in Beijing, he worked another 2 years in private businesses in China, developing a concept for ESCOs in the iron and steel sector, before taking up his current position with UNEP DTU and later its Copenhagen Center on Energy Efficiency. Now, Alex Rathmel, our second speaker, is Managing Director Consultancy at EP Group. Alex has been an entrepreneur in the clean energy sector for around 15 years. Since 2019, he has been leading the development and rollout of ESCO in a Box, a project development, finance, and contracting system for business energy efficiency projects that is helping cities and regions engage the private sector in the transition to net zero. Alex leads EP's consultancy team, providing energy strategy, technical, and finance advisory services to corporate organizations, financial institutions, EU, and national governments. Alex holds a degree in electrical engineering from Imperial College London and an MBA from Ashridge Business School, and is a chartered engineer. Now, allow me to introduce our third and fourth speakers who will be sharing the same topic. In June 2018, Mr. Alex Ablaza co-founded and was elected to co-chair the Asia-Pacific ESCO Industry Alliance, which provides a regional platform that links the ESCO organizations of China, India, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Taiwan, and Thailand. He also is one of the co-founders of the Global ESCO Network, with its secretariat in Copenhagen, Denmark. Alex likewise serves as president of the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance, a nonprofit alliance of energy efficiency market stakeholders. He establishes equity vehicles with the purpose of flowing local and foreign investments toward managed portfolios of energy efficiency upgrades in Asian emerging markets. He serves as CEO of Climergy Inc., a pioneer vehicle for such investment model in the Philippines. In his regional anchor roles for HQ teams of IFC, World Bank Group, and ADB from 2006 to 2013, he enjoyed leading and growing climate finance and energy efficiency investment operations across Asian development countries as Regional Climate Finance Specialist for Asia, IFC, World Bank Group's Global Climate Finance Team, ADB's bank-wide energy efficiency expert, and coordinator of ADB's $2 billion a year clean energy program. From 2000 to 2006, he managed energy efficiency programs of UNDP, UNIDO, USAID, IFC, GEF, World Bank, WWF, and the Alliance to Save Energy. Alex is armed with 33 years of project and corporate management experience and an educational background in civil engineering, BSCE, and business economics, MBE. And speaking with Alex for Climergy is Michael Florello Ciliado, a CFA charter holder and a GARP certified energy risk professional, ERP. Supports investment, portfolio management, and advisory operations as head of investment operations of Climergy Inc. Early in his career, he was a commercial officer for Energy Development Corporation's 700 megawatt Leyte geothermal portfolio. He played a key role in project management, contract review, and economic analysis for the Leyte facilities power plant rehabilitation project, which took majority of the company's $160 million CAPEX program in 2016. Michael specializes in investment due diligence, market assessment, risk analysis, and financial modeling. When he moved to Boston for his graduate studies, he co-founded the Boston Consulting and Impact Coalition, a consulting partnership between the business schools of Tufts University, Babson College, Brandeis University, Boston University, and Boston College. Under his graduate program, Michael also managed a portion of Boston College's $2.5 billion endowment fund. He holds MBA and MS in Finance degrees from the Carroll School of Management of Boston College. Now, just a quick reminder to everyone as you listen to our speakers, please type in your questions with your name and organization at the chat box at the bottom of your screen. We will have an open forum for all speakers at the end of this technical session. Now let's proceed with our third technical session by listening to the presentation of Dr. Saran Lutkin, Chair of Global ESCO Network, who will speak on global ESCO market trends and ESCO-based country response to nationally determined contributions. Over to you, Dr. Saran.
Thank you very much, Teresa. And thank you very much also to Alex and his team for setting up the Energy Efficiency Day, the event of today. I'm just trying to share my screen now. Is it on full screen? It should be. There it is. There it is. Sorry for that small hiccup. Yes, thank you very much, Teresa, for the introduction. My name is Lutkin. I'm the chair of the Global ESCO Network. Once more correction to the introduction. We are, in fact, no longer hosted by UNEP-DCU because that doesn't exist anymore. We have been transferred to being an integrated part of UN environment. But that is a small detail. We are doing exactly the same work as we've been doing so far. Good. Let me begin with just a brief introduction of the Global ESCO Network, which was established formally in 2019, commencing our activities in the middle of 2020. So we've been trying to build up our activities, in fact, in the midst of the corona pandemic. And that has been a challenge, of course, to establish a network under those conditions. We believe that we have done quite well. We have by now registered 30 out of a total of 38 national regional ESCO associations as partners. And we hope to bring the last few on board in the near future. Our purpose is to bring the ESCOs into the global climate change agenda, which so far seems to have entirely overlooked the ESCO. We believe that the ESCOs are, in fact, the instrument that can make the energy efficiency potentials tangible. And we also are firmly convinced that ESCOs, in fact, offer the best returns on any climate change motivated action. And finally, also here, post-COVID-19, we are sure that ESCOs are in fact also one of the best vehicles to bring on board in order to build back better, I think that's the American term for those economic recovery programs that are being put in place all over the world after the pandemic in order to get the economies going again. You can visit us at the globalesconetwork.org where a bit of our activities are listed. So my presentation today includes 3 sections. It concerns, first of all, global ESCO market trends. Then, as the Global ESCO Network is focused on bringing the ESCOs onto the climate change agenda, I will also look a bit at IPCC, the recent IPCC report, and its treatment of ESCOs. And finally, also look at ESCOs in the recently updated nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. So section 1. Every year, IEA is performing an analysis of the ESCO market, and they do so by asking ESCO associations around the world of their views, their data, their insights into their respective national markets in order to produce a global overview. This year, we have been doing that together with IEA in a partnership where we have been sending out the questionnaires and hoping, of course, to get answers back from our member associations. Unfortunately, we only have response rate of about 30%. It's nothing unusual. It is about the level that IEA is normally getting. And the data, unfortunately, also has not been processed and analyzed yet. That means that the first part, what I'm invited to talk about, in fact, I cannot, because we do not have the market trends yet available. We are not exactly sure where the market is heading. Although we can say firmly that it is not a booming market. There's not yet, at least, a post-COVID-19 recovery process that is particularly focusing on ESCOs underway. Of course, we would like to see that change, but so far, at least the preliminary look at the responses that we've had does not reveal that that is happening. What I would like to say or look at instead is a bit on why the response rate generally from the ESCO industry itself is relatively low when we are asking them about their markets. We feel that ESCOs are generally not happy to share data on their transactions. Or it could also be that ESCO associations do by themselves not have means to track the members' activities. We know that many associations receive information from their members in confidentiality, so they're not able to share that with IEA. And those ESCO associations that have shared their data also in some cases share them in confidentiality with IEA, meaning that they can only be presented in anonymized form and as a generic input. So it is an industry which in itself maybe is a bit secretive on its operations, but there may be reasons for that. First of all, there is of course the competition within the sector. I mean, if ESCOs within a country reports too detailed about their markets, their competitors will of course look at what they're reporting, and they do compete for the same contracts. So there is a limit to how much you can actually share. Then the other fact, unfortunately, is that the markets are not booming. We hope that they will be, and that's what we're working for, but it's not really a booming market. So of course that means that the competition is also more fierce among the ESCOs themselves. And then terms and models are oftentimes considered to be business secrets, so you will not necessarily share how you're doing your contracts and your businesses with your competitors as well. This is not a generic view, but it is definitely observed in different markets. Then there is another fact, we don't talk about it very much, but there is in fact also within the industry some built-in conflicting interests. And that particularly maybe between those ESCOs that are also equipment suppliers and ESCOs that are more neutral energy advisors. They may have different interests in government-supported energy efficiency actions. And I will give you here the case of the heat pump, which is right now one of the most popular, I think, words in Danish news these days, because we are ramping up activities to get out of dependency on Russian gas. And one of those activities is particularly to change our heating system, which is currently based on different sources, but gas, in fact, is as part of the European gas system, supplying about 20% of the Danish households with heat. So we want to get out of that dependency by switching to heat pumps. Now, the heat pump is generally a very profitable investment. And oftentimes then also a key component of energy renovations of buildings. If we have an ESCO, which is also a heat pump supplier, that heat pump supplier is in fact not really caring whether the way that the heat pump is purchased is through a government support program or as part of an ESCO project, which may be implemented either by a neutral energy advisor or by themselves. As long as a heat pump is going into the project, a heat pump is sold. If you look at it from a neutral energy advisor, they would in fact very oftentimes consider a building where a heat pump is already installed as a potential project that will not happen. And that is because the cherry of the pie is simply gone. The heat pump is normally the best business of those components that you would do in an entire energy renovation project, which consists of insulation and windows and other energy control systems. The best return on the single components is on the heat pump. So if there is a heat pump already, a neutral energy advisor would normally say, this is not of interest, the business is simply too bad just by changing the windows and the insulation. So while equipment suppliers, in this case a theoretical heat pump supplier, because we don't have an ESCO heat pump supplier in Denmark, but in theory, if a heat pump has already been installed, the market is in fact rather hollowed for those ESCOs that are neutral energy suppliers. So there is a sort of a built-in conflict of interest here, that some ESCOs don't really mind what it is that makes their sale go, where others would consider that particular sale as following their general market and their concept. And finally, there is also the fact that ESCOs may be, or ESCO associations may be unwilling to rock the boat, so to say. It is a fact that ESCOs are to a significant degree depending on government policies and regulation, and in many places, in fact, regulation is what is hindering a thriving ESCO market. So if sharing information could be considered as in some way criticizing the government of the current state of affairs, knowing that it could be even worse would maybe restrain associations from sharing too much information. And then without doing that, without getting into the finer details, you would also find government officials that are not really familiar with the ESCO concept are happier with just doing energy efficiency grant programs, just like they always do. And ESCOs may simply consider that fine, then it's better than nothing. So let's not rock the boat. So we could ask ourselves then, are we trying to raise the profile of a section that would rather that we didn't? No, we are not. When we are quite certain that the backing for the Global ESCO network in itself shows that we are filling a gap, and also that we in fact represent a more neutral basis or platform than the national associations do in themselves. So we will find a way to convey the the ESCO concept and the value of bringing the ESCO concept into specific and conscious consideration of governments in their promotion of energy efficiency. And of course, as ESCOs and the ESCO network has as its aim to bring the ESCO into the climate change agenda, we are convinced that as the screws are tightening, we cannot any longer afford to be wasteful, and the ESCO will have to go into the toolbox of policymakers and also increasingly finding their way into the nationally determined contributions that countries will have to keep improving in order to reach the climate goals of the Paris Agreement. So this was in place of what I would have liked to present with the market, the trends and the current status, which we cannot yet share because we have not processed the data. I hope that we can do that soon in collaboration with IEA in another event in the near future. So the second section of my presentation goes to the climate change agenda. I'm sure we all remember this photo 6 years ago. We were all happy with the Paris Agreement, which should bring us on the right track in order to meet the climate objectives of no more than 1.5 degrees average temperature increase on the planet. One thing is, of course, to agree. Another thing is to perform. And what we are seeing in the recently released IPCC report, I think the last part of it was released just 2 weeks ago, on the 4th of April, the 6th assessment report, is that it's not going as we would have hoped, at least not yet. Just quickly on the report, there's no doubt that energy efficiency remains firmly on the climate change agenda. It is mentioned no less than 709 times on the report's 2,900 pages, but it's mentioned in its usual generic manner. So I shall not claim that I have read all 2,900 pages. So of course I need to dive further into specifically how energy efficiency is treated. But we see it generally mentioned in a relatively generic way, and when it becomes very specific, like in terms of ESCOs, ESCOs are mentioned 7 times. And that is mainly 2 places. One place is a brief explanation of what the concept is. And the second quote is in fact from my now former employer, the unit PE2, which says that there has been limited progress on the ESCO business model, and over 20% of the projects use ESCO financing. And this was from 2017, so even this is old data. So we cannot really use that for anything except illustrating that ESCOs are, I think it's fair to say, not at all on the radar in the energy efficiency treatment in the IPCC reports. So there's definitely work to be done here to raise the profile of ESCOs. One approach may be that we simply need to do more peer-reviewed articles about ESCOs, because that is what IPCC is working on. We need to bring the ESCOs into this to this environment as well. Nevertheless, I will pick out a few quotes from the IPCC report. First of all, the fundamental one, and I think that's worth mentioning. Energy as such has been at the forefront of the IPCC reports from the very beginning. We cannot meet the climate challenge without seriously addressing our energy consumption. And here it's very clear that if we want to reach the 1.5 degree goal, we have the next 25 years to make or maybe 30 years to make the electricity sector net zero. So the spotlight is on us, on the energy sector. Also, a significant and growing share of investments will have to be in emerging economies, and particularly Asia. So the spotlight is especially on Asia. And the declining energy intensity in almost all regions has been balanced by increase in energy consumption. That means we are not doing enough on the energy efficiency agenda. We can also see that the level of policy maturity, at least according to the IPCC, the level of policy maturity varies across different sectors, and energy efficiency is here considered a well-established policy field. Well, I think we would disagree on that statement. 60% of the world's energy consumption is not under regulation or energy standards. According to IEA, we could save 10% of the global energy consumption just by switching those 80% of motors that are not variable speed motors to variable speed. That would save 10% of the global electricity consumption. So there's a lot that is not regulated. I would simply disagree with the statement here that it's a well-established policy field. There's also a statement here saying that in some industries, emissions simply require a complete change of technology. It could indicate that we, at least according to IPCC, would be too late in some areas to do just incremental improvements. That may not will be the case, but of course what drives this statement here is that Scope 3 emissions accounting is increasingly becoming popular in some industries at least. But the observation here from my perspective at least would be that for those companies that will have to take their electricity from the grid, their only option to reduce their carbon footprint would be to embark on significant energy efficiency improvements. So I would say here that the Scope 3 drive is in fact more to the benefit of energy efficiency in the ESCO sector than the contrary. And I will skip the last two observations here. And just one concluding observation from the report here is that energy efficiency is considered the main investment over the next 30 years. There's a significant shortfall in investments up to a factor 7 on the efficiency. And you would also see that Southeast Asia currently stands at an investment level of about 10% of what's actually needed. There is nothing that makes Southeast Asia stand out. It is generally the level of shortfall of investments in developing countries. It is a factor. We need a factor 10 of the investments that we're currently seeing in order to meet the goals. So I only have 1.5 minutes left to my last part of the observations here, because one thing is what IPCC is saying, how does it look? Another thing is what countries are saying that they want to do about it. And we had COP26 in Glasgow in November last year, which was a deadline for submitting updated and more ambitious NDCs, which is in fact exactly what is the declared objective of the global ESCO network, to bring the ESCOs into the nationally determined contributions. So how is that going? Looking at research that is done by WR and the Carbon Watch, we have 93 countries submitting their enhanced ambitions, representing 2/3 of the global emissions. But 65 countries submitted the same emissions reduction commitment. I mean, they did not increase their commitments compared to 5 years ago. And about 40 countries didn't submit anything at all. If we look at those countries that are represented in the global ESCO network, there's only 4 countries that specifically have included new text on energy efficiency. That is US, China, the EU on behalf of all EU countries. And you can see here how little they have actually put in as text on efficiency in addition to what they had before. And then Vietnam, which has been including a lot of extra text on energy efficiency. But we have a number of countries, 7, that have enhanced their commitments, but not including energy efficiency specifically with new text. That is Canada, China, Colombia, Japan, Malaysia, South Africa, and South Korea. We have 5 countries that have not enhanced their commitments and not included new text on energy efficiency. That is Mexico, UAE, Australia, Thailand, and Indonesia. And 1 did not submit at all, which is India. And I've taken out Philippines here because Mr. Fuentebella's presentation indicated quite a significant amount of new regulation in the Philippines coming up. So I'm a bit in doubt whether the analysis here from WRI is in fact entirely precise. So we will dive further into that as well. But generally, we could have wished for a better status. And I think no need to mention here that ESCOs are not mentioned at all in any of these, which is the objective of the Global ESCO Network. So what we can say is that we have, for our mission, we are starting from a very low baseline. We would really want to do better in the future. And this is my last sentence. It will remain our endeavor through policy advocacy and together with our partnering ESCO associations to work for the adoption of ESCOs as the implementation instrument for the still widespread claim of countries that energy efficiency is a priority for their pursuit of emissions reduction. So thank you very much, and apologize for running a bit over time. Please visit us at our Global ESCO Network website, and I'm of course very happy to take questions on the presentation afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Lutken, for your very comprehensive presentation. You really hit the nail on the head. The situation of the ESCOs was the same here in the Philippines. You know, like you said, well, markets are not booming and terms and models are considered secrets. But here in the Philippines, we know really the potential of ESCOs and energy savings performance contracts because of our very, very high electricity prices. So for our next speaker, we have Alex Rathmel, Managing Director, Consultancy, EP Group, who will take on the topic ESCO in a Box, a new platform for developing bankable energy efficiency projects. Alex, please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, or good morning for me. Talking to you from London in the UK. Great to be here. Thanks very much for having me. And thanks particularly to the previous speaker, Soren, for the very thought-provoking presentation. And I think sentiments there that we would certainly share around the potential or the as yet unrealized potential of ESCO models as a way of unlocking the energy efficiency opportunity. So my job today is to tell you a little bit about a platform that we've developed called ESCO in a Box, which is a way to accelerate the transition of a business, or indeed the journey of a new startup, into offering ESCO type services whereby energy saving solutions can be paid for from the savings that they create, and in doing so provide access to finance of different types, all focused on making energy efficiency a more compelling and an easier to say yes to proposition for businesses, essentially. So as you've heard, my name's Alex Rathmel. I'm the Managing Director for Consultancy at EP Group. EP is a UK-based consultancy, asset management and investment, and a projects business. So we help businesses, the public sector, policymakers with all aspects of particularly energy efficiency. Finance is our sort of primary area that we're known for. You know, a large selection of companies that we've worked with there. The reason I'm speaking to you today really is because we're undertaking over the next 12 months a project in the Philippines with a few partners, which I'll tell you about later on, funded by ETP, Energy Transition Partnership, where we're going to be supporting a number of businesses in using our ESCO in a Box platform to accelerate their journey to offering ESCO services, and we have ambitions to do that in other countries in Southeast Asia as well. But more on that in a short while. A few sort of opening thoughts before I get into any detail. You know, everybody on this call is here, I think, because we believe in the potential of energy efficiency, and it actually goes beyond that now. We recognize how essential energy efficiency is as a contribution to the transition to net zero. You know, I've put some large numbers on this slide about the level of investment that's possible, even with fairly straightforward energy saving measures that will pay for themselves quickly. You know, there is a huge amount of that potential locked away currently across Southeast Asia. Unlocking that releases the huge prize of taking precious funds that are currently wasted on excessive energy consumption and using those funds to pay for products and services that improve energy efficiency. So developing the economy, creating, sustaining jobs, and creating supply chains that will serve the net zero transition that the world needs to see. So the prize is huge, but at the moment it's not met by you know, the capacity of industry or indeed you know, the level of regulation that we're seeing in place. Having said that, the Philippines, as we've heard, is a regional leader in aspects of this, and a great place to be starting our project in the region, I think. But it's very difficult to create an energy efficiency sector that works, and this jigsaw illustration is one that we use a lot to show the four interlocking challenges that you need to address in order to create a functioning energy efficiency sector. You know, clearly there needs to be access to finance. It's not just about the availability of finance in principle. It's about that being accessible and correctly specified and priced for the businesses and organizations that need to use it. To achieve that, you need visibility of a pipeline of projects, and those projects need to be developed in a way that makes them bankable and investable. To do that, we need standards, and we need quality assurance, and we need reliable outcomes. We need measurement and verification. And to do that, we need the capacity in the supply chain and in the financial sector to deliver those projects and to provide access to capital. So businesses will need hand-holding, they'll need support, they'll need access to finance, they'll need a patient service that provides a pathway for them to become more energy efficient. They need to be able to say yes to the decision to go ahead and improve the way that their business uses energy. And we think that there is huge potential in ESCO models, taking that definition quite loosely, that can deliver projects that meet those criteria and that businesses will actually want to use. That's not to say that every ESCO is able to do that at the moment. Some ESCOs are delivering services in a way that doesn't suit large sections of the economy. You know, lots of ESCOs are only geared around the public sector, for example, or heavy industry. But there's certainly potential, particularly in the performance contracting model, to apply that much more widely. And that's what we've been trying to do with our ESCO in a Box solution. So a little bit of background on ESCO in a Box. It was developed by ourselves in partnership with Low Carbon Hub, which is an Oxford, UK-based organisation that primarily develops community energy projects, but also does a lot of research and development work in the field of clean energy, and Oxford Brookes University. We were funded by the UK Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy over a couple of years, so we've invested a little over £1 million of that R&D funding in developing the solution. ESCO in a Box is an operating system for delivering projects of the profile that I just described. We partner with an ESCO or an organisation that wishes to offer those services, and they become a one-stop shop for delivering business energy efficiency projects. Typically, they will use third-party contractors to deliver a lot of the work, although that's not essential. And the idea is that we can develop a business plan with that ESCO that will allow them to reach break even in delivering ESCO services over 2 to 3 years. So that conceives of a new startup, if you like, that's becoming an ESCO for the first time. The proposition is essentially that there needs to be substantial flexibility in each market and each market segment to tailor the messaging and the value proposition to that market. So the platform allows the flexibility to do that. The ESCO itself can be almost any type of organization. That's the middle tier on here. But the point is that it uses ESCO in a Box to assure the quality of the projects that it's developing and delivering. What we're finding in the UK is that is particularly interesting on a regional basis, where there's a regional or a local net zero target, and there's a need to engage businesses within that. I'll say some more about that in a second. And ESCO in a Box, underneath all of that, is the platform that it offers a software platform for the customer relationship management and workflow, a quality assurance system, and access to finance from pre-approved lenders. And ESCO in a Box is based on a set of internationally recognized good practice, much of which we've, as a company, had a role in developing or contributing to over the years, including, IP MVP and measurement and verification, which has been mentioned already, but also a quality assurance system called the Investor Confidence Project, and ESI Europe, which is a system for insurance for energy saving guarantees that we partnered with in developing ESCO in a Box. So the box itself, clearly a virtual box rather than a physical one, but it contains these packages to support an ESCO. So a startup package, an operations package, which is the backbone of the system, the software platform, standardized template collateral, and processes for quality assurance, measurement and verification, a finance package, which is all about developing bankable projects, a set of standardized contracts that we've developed with clean energy lawyers here in the UK, and we're adapting for other countries that we're working in, and then a support package, which is about the asset management stage of an ESCO's service delivery. So a few case studies. This lovely picture is Devon in England, which is where we're developing an ESCO to work with businesses primarily in the hospitality sector. So we offer ESCO in a Box on a licensing basis. We have a vehicle called EP Connect, which is part of our group, which we're using to offer licenses for the platform to our partners. At the moment, we have 5 UK ESCOs in different stages of development. We also have partners now in Kenya and East Africa, in the US, and obviously, as I've mentioned, we're just starting our project in the Philippines. There are quite substantial differences between some of those partners. So in the UK, as I mentioned earlier, these are typically regional offerings that are focused on delivering a component of a net zero target on behalf of a local authority or city or region, and doing that in a way that over time will become less reliant on grant funding, because it will be able, as an ESCO, to charge a small amount for its services So our first one of those was Energy Solutions Oxfordshire, but we're now working in Birmingham, which is the UK's second city, and a number of other regions as well. By contrast, our US partner is a new startup that's just been able to access venture capital funding on the basis of its partnership with us and providing some assurance. I think that there's a good system underpinning their proposition. So they're going to be offering services in New York and New Jersey. And in contrast, again, our project in Kenya, I'll say some more about in a second, but that really provides the template for the work that we want to do in Southeast Asia. So in Oxfordshire, this is our first ESCO. We launched this in 2020 in partnership with Low Carbon Hub and Oxford Brookes, and it's since won an award for the work that it's been doing in Oxfordshire. These are just some facts and figures to illustrate the proposition. What you'll note from the little pie chart there is that these projects are quite small, and this is an illustration of how we've taken an ESCO model or a performance contracting model and focused it on a different sector. And in this instance, it's the SME sector that we're working primarily with, or rather Energy Solutions Oxfordshire are working with primarily. The little map there shows where the subcontractors are located, and there's no reason that you would know the geography of the UK, but where the little red blobs are clustered there, underneath there is Oxford, which is where the ESCO is based. So as you can see, there's a good clustering of local contractors around that locality, which is a really important story for the support that we need from local facilitators and enablers for this ESCO, because what we're doing is taking that wasted money on energy and using it to develop the economy of that immediate region. So most of the contractors that are used by this ESCO are based within 50 miles of Oxford. There are a few outliers, as you can see, and that would typically be where there are more specialist technologies, that, you know, where there isn't a pool of local labour and expertise that can be used for those. Just thinking back to Soren's mentioning of heat pumps earlier on, we've been really pleased to see the uptake of heat pumps by customers of Energy Solutions Oxfordshire. Most projects involve an air source heat pump, and almost no projects involve a gas boiler upgrade, which is not something that we expected even a few years ago. So it shows how quickly this agenda is moving. All projects have involved LED lighting and then a mixture of other enabling technologies. And this data is a little bit out of date, but I think those trends have continued over the course of the last year or so. Just another illustrative case study. This is just a few words about our work in Kenya. We've partnered with an energy management firm in Kenya called Innovators. We undertook a program funded by GIZ with a few partners over the course of the last 18 months or so, and we've helped Innovators to start offering ESCO type services into the food and agriculture and horticulture sectors in Kenya, which are really important components of the economy. This project has a really interesting dimension, which is about upskilling young energy efficiency professionals, or YEEPs as they're known. So a cohort of young professionals has been trained in using ESCO in a box, but using an ESCO process, auditing sites, evaluating the opportunity for savings, creating investment grade audits in line with international good practice. And that's been a really rewarding and sort of compelling aspect of this project that shows shows the potential of creating a visible pipeline of projects in terms of upskilling the next generation that are going to be delivering these going forward. We're now looking again with partners at the opportunity to roll out ESCO in a box to other countries in the East Africa region, so starting with Uganda and Tanzania. We've, in partnership with a finance provider, we've established a new vehicle that will serve that region, that will provide access to suitable low-cost finance alongside access to the ESCO in a box platform. So it's that coupling of access to finance and the right tools for quality assurance, technical development, de-risking. We'll be starting to offer those services in parallel over the course of this year. And that provides a template for what we're looking to do in Southeast Asia as well. Which leads me neatly on to this section to describe our plans for Southeast Asia. So as we've said, and you heard from the previous speaker, thinking about this from the perspective of a fund or a provider of finance, the leading challenge, I think, for finance providers is the shortage of bankable energy efficiency projects. So there's no shortage of energy efficiency opportunity, that the latent opportunity is out there. But for one thing, it's difficult to access partners that can develop projects in a way that makes them investable. And it's very difficult to do that for smaller scale projects or businesses that are of a smaller scale, perhaps with a lower level of creditworthiness or operating in a market or a sector that is considered less investable for one form or another. But those businesses all need access to energy efficiency solutions. So from a funder or a finance provider's perspective, ESCO in a Box can provide a flow of investable projects by providing a standardized way of developing a network of partner ESCOs that all develop projects in the same way, and do that in a way that is aligned with international norms of good practice in the whole value chain of the energy efficiency project development process. So combining those two things, a fund that is seeking projects and the offer that ESCO in a Box has, we think is a way to unlock some of that latent opportunity in energy efficiency that we established right at the beginning. It's clearly not a silver bullet. We all know, if we've been active in this sector for any period of time, there are no silver bullets. There are no single solution that will unlock all of this as if by magic. But we hope we can make a contribution. And our work in the Philippines at the moment is focusing on where best to make that contribution and how best to fit with the already good progress that's being made. So ESCO in a Box provides a service, if you like, for a finance provider, and we think it's a good strategy to enter a partnership with providers of finance, in order to do this market entry into new parts of the world. So I should mention, sorry, it's hidden on my screen, but our partner in the Philippines and Southeast Asia is Climb Capital, who many of you will be familiar with. So Climb Capital operate a fund called CSEF, which is a very active energy efficiency related fund. So they invest in projects, platforms, companies that are offering clean energy transition related products and services. And we've supported Climb Capital previously with some of their work in the region, and the opportunity arose to partner in this strategic way. So we're hopefully helping them with some of the challenges that there are around identifying partners to work with and increasing the number of those partners. And of course, the reverse is true. They are certainly helping us with our access to the market and our understanding of what to us is a new market, and that's a really exciting opportunity. And I think you're going to hear in the next session from John Colombo from Climb Capital. But our efforts in this region are funded by the ETP, Energy Transition Partnership. So we have essentially 12 months of funding to undertake this work. We've got 4 work streams that we're delivering as part of that. The first is that we're adapting ESCO in a Box for Southeast Asia, and in fact, in the next 12 months, we're adapting it for the Philippines. Now that involves obviously some technical translation for different industry norms, regulations, standards, etc. It involves legal translation for a different legal system and different practices. So we haven't had to undertake that legal translation too much so far, so that will be a new challenge for us. But we will be offering towards the end of this year a set of standardized ESCO contracts that will allow an energy services agreement to be entered into between a client and an ESCO as part of ESCO in a Box. We will be developing a new entity called ESCO in a Box Southeast Asia, or EB&C is our working title for it. That will use the new platform that we've adapted for the Philippines and the wider region to build ESCO capacity, as I've said, and it will support that network of ESCOs as it grows and provide the underlying quality assurance for those ESCOs. As part of all of that capacity building work, we will be working with a small number of companies in the Philippines to help them to benefit from the ESCO in a Box toolkit and to really be the front runners in taking on that platform and starting to offer de-risked finance energy efficiency services, whether that's an energy as a service type model or a more straightforward energy performance contract, guaranteed savings, shared savings, or indeed any other finance proposition. We're interested to hear what the market is keen to benefit from and what customers are likely to value. So over the course of the next 6 to 9 months in particular, we're going to be identifying those partners and working with them to onboard the ESCO in a Box platform, and that will feed our market knowledge and understanding and help us with that adaptation. And then finally, the end game, if you like, or the plan, the strategy is to develop an energy efficiency fund in partnership with Climb Capital, and that will sit alongside our regional licensing organization, EB&C, and will offer that combination of technical services and support for that network of ESCOs alongside access to finance, and that's what's shown in the little diagram to the right there. And in doing that, we very much hope that we can support obviously a number of businesses directly, but also pave the way for many more partner ESCOs to benefit from this same generic approach over the course of the next few years. And our role will be increasingly to kind of step back from that and to support EB&C as being the regional licensing body that supports this region, and we'll provide input into EB&C from the UK. So there's a good chance that a number of you on this call may be interested in partnering with us on aspects of this project, and we are at this. It's a very early stage at the moment. We're very keen to hear from you if that's the case. We can support a small number of companies in the Philippines as part of the ETP funded project over the course of the next 12 months. We're in dialogue with a number already, and that's great. And we've already learned a huge amount from those conversations. But if that's something that's of interest, then we'd be delighted to hear from you. There's some contact details there, but I'm sure you can track me down, or indeed one of my colleagues. We are funded to provide that support over the course of the next 12 months. So there is an element of taking advantage of that funding, I suppose. But beyond that, we are keen to support a network of ESCOs. Suffice to say, any work that we do directly with a business is fully confidential, and we quite appreciate that there are competitive dynamics at work, and that's quite right in any market, but particularly in an emerging market with such a high degree of potential. So look, that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much for having me, and I hope that's an interesting insight into a new solution for starting to allow the ESCO industry to play the role that I think we all think it can do. And I hope we can play a role in supporting some of the great work that many of the others on this panel indeed are doing to accelerate that agenda in the Philippines and Southeast Asia. And we look forward to working with many of you as we start this journey over the next 12 months. So thanks again. That's it from me.
Well, fantastic presentation, Alex. I'm really excited to hear about the plans you have for the Philippines. Exactly what you said, there is a shortage of well-developed bankable projects, and what you intend to do here with helping us with standardization and quality assurance in line with global practices. I think this is the key. It will definitely help accelerate uptake in energy efficiency projects. Thank you for coming to the Philippines.
Thank you.
And
Thanks,
now,
Jean. Thanks for having me.
and now, let's hear from our two other speakers. Of course, Alex Ablaza, CEO, and Michael Liado, Head of Investment Operations, Climergy Inc., who will be sharing how Climergy has become Asia's pioneering equity vehicle for ESCO-led energy efficiency upgrades in the commercial and industrial sector. Gentlemen, you now have the floor.
Well, thank you, Terry. And it's very good that Soren and Alex set the stage. Climergy is a result of my leaving the development banking world, where I would say, I always liken my energy efficiency practice like moving down from the Vatican down to the level of the parishes where the sinning is the most, right? So you start to realize that there's a lot of climate funding, but they can't go through the little hoops that in to the many small energy efficiency projects, sub $5 million projects. So it's not the actually the lack of funding. It's more about the plumbing, and so there's no climate funding going through a funnel reaching from $100 million tranche down to a sub $3 million ESCO project. So after many years, after I left ADB and then IFC, after many years of working in Asian markets, developing in a little bit in the Middle East, you start to realize, hey, there's no distinction between a developing country, the ESCO market of a developing country, and the ESCO market of an emerging economy. The ESCOs universally face the same challenges, right? Even let's even zero down Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, Climergy believes that there's $892 billion investment potential for energy efficiency, and this is just in the CNI building and residential sectors. And what if our hypothesis is correct that about 2/3 of that will have to flow outside the balance sheet of the end users? That's huge. That means that something like $600 billion will have to flow through third-party vehicles, or off-balance sheet vehicles, largely through ESCOs. And then we're trying to inject more modalities like PPP transactions, as well as joint venture agreements with state-owned enterprises. And those modalities are slowly becoming a reality in the Philippines. So this is Climergy. What I'm going to discuss, what Mikhail and I are going to discuss this afternoon or morning in some localities, is we have a model that's up, it's running, and we intend to our ambition, just as the EP group has its own ambitions, we have our ambitions to replicate this in other Asian growth markets. There are a couple of Southeast Asian markets that look interesting for us, and if we could sequence those markets after making a initial success of rolling out capital in the Philippines ESCO market. So what we're showing in the next few slides is really about capital sourcing when neither the commercial or industrial host entity nor the ESCO will have to flow its own capital on its balance sheet to a portfolio of energy efficiency projects implemented through the ESCO performance contract. And that's Climergy. Climergy is we coined it from a broader term, climate smart energy. And we like to focus more on the purer energy efficiency. Although rooftop solar is good, a few biomass is good, but we like to focus on the real energy saving, cutting end use of energy on the demand side of commercial and industrial sectors. We have a very exciting energy efficiency and conservation act in the Philippines, and wearing my nonprofit hats, we are able to push this through Congress, and we have a very comprehensive law that's quite inclusive, I might say. We have a very low consumption threshold in the Philippines, where as an end user, you start to inherit obligations. In Singapore, it's still very high at 54 terajoules. That's over 150 million kilowatt hours a year. In Indonesia, it's still very high, although there are plans to reduce this from 6,000 tons of oil equivalent to something lower, like 4,000, but that's still in the works. But here in the Philippines, we have obligations starting at a very low 500,000 kilowatt hours a year in both fuel consumption equivalent and power. So this will cut not only the corporates, but this will involve a lot of the SMEs and a lot of the medium-sized manufacturers and medium-sized businesses as well. But it's a whole menu. You see 6 pillars of the law, right? There are incentives, there are designated establishments, strengthening the ESCO sector, energy efficiency professionals get certified, government and government agencies have a responsibility. In fact, I would liken what the law creates a super body of 9 national government agencies, the more economic and infrastructure related agencies. You got public works, finance, energy, budget and management. You got the public works and highways. You got the planning agency called NEDA. So they all form this interagency energy efficiency and conservation committee. And I'd liken it to if you're familiar with how the Chinese central government, they have the NDRC. So it's likened to a collaborative government body that can accelerate actual policy decisions to enable energy efficiency through more innovative procurement and financing modalities. One thing about the law, it's while it dangles a little carrot in terms of tax-based fiscal incentives that are being rationalized right now, it whacks a big stake because there are penal provisions. It's not too often that you see an energy efficiency law slap obligations of up to 5 years imprisonment for violations of the law, or up to $2 million in fines to an individual of an erring enterprise. So that whacks a big stake. So it's really intended to move the person or the enterprise away from the comfort zone or the inertia of not doing energy efficiency. In the last 29 years, we had a 29-year gap of not having a law. We were one of the first in Southeast Asia to have a law. We lost it, and it took 29 years for both chambers of Congress and the executive branch of government to agree on a common agenda. And finally, it happened in April 2019. And that's the reason why we gather, because it's the 3rd anniversary of the passage of this law. PE2, the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance, believes that over $243 billion in investments will be required to reduce. We think that 182 million tons of oil equivalent will have to be shaved through 2040 in the Philippine market. But 2/3 of that will have to flow. We believe, as PE2 and Climate G supports this, we believe that 2/3 of that, or 8 trillion pesos, will have to flow outside the balance sheets of end users. So there's a lot of aggregation programs, a lot of PPP structures, a lot of third-party capital flowing through entities such as ESCOs. So it's imperative that ESCOs, the number of ESCOs should be, the ESCO sector should be strengthened and we are able to solve the problem of their access to project capital, aside from beefing up their technical capacities, their contracting templates, the M&V capabilities. We need better access. They would need better access to project capital. So, it's like if many of you have heard of the six blind men and the elephant, right? So, it's the different players are actually seeing the energy efficiency market differently. The ESCOs see it as a unique low risk opportunity, but they're hampered with access to project capital. I would say, and this is true for China, India, and most of Southeast Asia. This is true even for Singapore, a very mature financial market. That up to 98% of ESCOs do not have suitable access to debt finance, right? So many of them can borrow. In China, it's said that only 2% have access to, let's say, a credit line beyond $7 million. So in most of Southeast Asia, we see ESCOs on the average max out their credit limits after 3 project loans, right? So it's that severe limited access to capital that we're trying to address here. There are a lot of debt and equity providers, but like I said, they want the bigger transactions. They want project finance to work the same way that it would work for solar parks and wind farms, and they want $100 million and $50 million tranches, to flow down to energy efficiency, where we know that the average size of energy efficiency projects run by ESCOs are much smaller. For end user, well, before the law, it was good to do it, but it was a low priority, non-core activity, and CFOs have difficulty in prioritizing this and compete with, let's say, raw materials, additional labor, process expansion. For climate investors, same thing, big tranche of money, but very small, no aggregators in most markets. So Climergy is here to address what we call a market failure for portfolio finance as far as energy efficiency projects is concerned. Up to 98% of ESCOs across developing and developed and emerging markets in Asia do not have suitable access to pursue their pipeline. So if they can only borrow for 3 projects, then what happens to pipeline project 4, 5, 6, let's say 20? That simply does not get implemented, or it flows to somebody else's balance sheet. Second, there's no energy efficiency aggregator in most markets. So there's no, I've always recommended that there would be not necessarily a super ESCO, but a super ESCO-like structure that would flow equity capital to ESCOs and would beef up their technical capacities. So that isn't present even in the more mature, supposedly more mature ESCO markets in Southeast Asia. The third, that there's no entity actually that's removing the risk and cost burden of investment grade audit. Investment grade audits are expensive. So who's going to pick it up? Is it going to be the CNI entity, or is it going to be the ESCO? In peso terms, that's a 7-digit fee that they have to pick up for an investment grade audit, and it could be more for a more complicated industrial process. And last, we see private capital already moving at a steady velocity towards solar parks and wind farms and hydros, right, and geothermal. Yes, that needs to be scaled up, but at least you see private capital and large energy sector conglomerates already putting it and funding a portfolio of RE projects towards the 20,000 megawatt target of DOE by 2040. But you don't see that same capital flows for energy efficiency portfolios towards a double the size of 46,000 megawatts of potential deferment of fuel and electricity infrastructure upgrades. So Climergy is here because we want to accelerate project decisions in a very time-sensitive response to our Paris Climate Agreement. And I'm glad that Soren has pointed out that actually the Philippines has stepped up a bit in its commitment in its Paris climate obligation from 70%, it upped it a bit to 75%, but conditioned on climate finance coming from the larger emitters to very vulnerable countries. But climate change is here because for ESCOs, it allows them to grow their performance contracting project pipeline without worrying about their credit line or recapitalizing. You see, they're very good electromechanical engineers, but they're not as gifted as financial engineers. So with climate change coming in, we fill that gap, and that allows the ESCOs to focus on what they do best, and that is to deliver energy savings. For the CNI building owners and factory owners, they are able now to preserve their capital budgets and credit lines for business activities that are closer to the heart, closer to what's core business for them. And they are able now, let's say even if a CFO is able to budget a chiller and boiler and kiln replacement in 2026, they're now able to implement that 2022 because it's now financed outside their balance sheet. So at this point, I hand it over to my colleague, Mikhail, who heads our investment operations, and he will walk us through what Climate is all about.
Thank you, Alex. So with Climergy, with Climergy offering off-balance sheet project equity financing, there are three distinct advantages over so-called business-as-usual financing, which is either through internal equity of the host entity or debt-based project financing. So the first is Climergy is an aggregator of projects. So we look at projects as a member or a portion of a portfolio of projects, and we take into account the fact that risk can be diversified away, in contrast to financial institutions that are very focused on that individual project. And as a result, they would place a unreasonably high risk premium to the cost of financing. And second, there is no capital tied up using the Climergy solution, because under business as usual, host entities would have to cough up capital upfront, which under normal projects like LED relamping or HVAC retrofits, it would usually be a 3-year payback, but could be longer for more process-intensive EE solutions. And long payback periods would normally turn off host entities into starting that EE project to begin with. And the Climergy solution also allows the host entity to participate in higher than expected energy savings, which results into actual financial returns to the host entity. And finally, there's more funding available for EE projects under Climergy financing, because we're able to consider large capex projects, which might be difficult for host entities that are not really in the business of reducing their own energy consumption, and they don't have the budget allocated for it. And moreover, we have the capacity to look into a pipeline of projects for the same host entity that wants to tackle different energy saving opportunities, one project at a time over a course of multiple years. This slide just builds on Climergy's portfolio-based approach to investing. So we have investors that are currently mostly equity providers, and we flow that capital across multiple host entities or end users. And these end users do not necessarily have to partner with the same implementing ESCO. They have different technology requirements. And so we have our network of ESCOs, and we partner them up with these host entities. And that's how we flow capital across a portfolio of investments. Right now, Climergy is developing its initial investment tranche amounting to $108 million US. And we expect that this will result into 3 terawatt hours of avoided generation through 2040. On an annual basis, this is around 300 gigawatt hours per year, which happens to be equivalent to displacing the output of a 55 megawatt coal-fired power plant. And in terms of addressing climate change, this initial project portfolio would result into reducing GHG emissions by around 2 gigatons of CO2 equivalent through 2040. One of the studies that Alex has looked into is that energy efficiency is expected to create more jobs for the same amount of output as a renewable energy project or a non-renewable energy project. And we expect that this tranche would result into 2,100 to 3,900 jobs created. As for the target market of Climergy, we are looking mostly into the commercial and industrial sector. And most of these projects will be under the form of energy efficiency upgrades. So we will enter into shared savings performance contracts with these commercial and industrial players. And technologies would vary because, again, we have a wide network of ESCO partners. And this could include HVAC retrofits, high efficiency motors, VFDs, even your simple LED relamping, and even building management systems, among others. And we also have the capacity, although to a smaller degree, to take on distributed renewable energy generation projects, such as rooftop solar, district cooling, and waste to heat recovery. So this is just a sample of the projects that Climergy would be very interested to invest in. These numbers that you see here are results of an actual energy audit. So here we have a chilled water plant upgrade for a high-rise office building, where we see 4.8 gigawatt hours of annual savings, equivalent to 35 million pesos per annum. But on top of that, this project will also result into 2.8 million pesos of reduced maintenance cost, which would be a benefit for the end user. And Climergy would theoretically take on 116 million pesos of equity investment for the full project capex. And in exchange, the host entity will pay 3 million pesos roughly per month, which is equivalent to 85% of the combined energy and maintenance savings over a contract term of 10 years. So for most projects, there will be three key parties. Climergy is a provider of capital. You also have the implementing ESCO that will perform the project themselves through providing equipment and services to the host entity. The ESCO will engage Climergy through a performance guarantee contract, and Climergy in exchange would pay capital for the equipment as well as O&M fees. The host entity would then enter into an energy services agreement with Climergy and pay repayments as discussed earlier in that sample project. And then every once in a while, we might have to take on an independent M&V provider for measurement and verification services. So Climergy can enter into both greenfield projects and also late brownfield. And there are instances where we could consider the ESCO or the host entity taking in a small equity participation in the project company. So last December, Climergy recently inked a joint development partnership agreement with the Lopez Group through their wholly owned subsidiary, PI Energy, for developing energy efficiency and conservation projects. And this portfolio of projects, we expect that it will reduce an aggregate of 1 terawatt hour of energy consumption through 2040, equivalent to 7.5 billion in energy savings. So to wrap up our presentation, I will just quickly introduce to you the members of the board of directors of Climergy. So at the chair is Alex Ablaza, who is also the CEO of Climergy. And you can see that most of his 36 years of professional experience has been dedicated to growing energy efficiency and clean energy investments across multiple Asian markets. He's been deeply involved in the energy efficiency and climate financing divisions of the IFC under the World Bank Group and the Asian Development Bank. And he also founded the Asia Pacific ESCO Industry Alliance and the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance. Second, we have Mr. Adrian Cristobal, who brings in a wealth of experience in public policy and corporate management. Currently, he is the vice chairman of Steel Asia Manufacturing Corporation and is a member of the board of directors of the Federation of Philippine Industries. And previously, he also served as a secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry of the Philippine government. Third, we have Ariel S. Villaseñor, who recently joined Climergy following our partnership with the Lopez Group. He has years of experience in business development and general management across various industries such as energy, power equipment, distribution, and logistics. And he's currently a vice president at both PI Energy and First Gen Corporation, both under the Lopez Group, where he spearheads strategic positioning and business development. Bringing in much needed legal expertise to the board is Mr. Demosthenes Donato. He holds a master's degree in banking, corporate, and finance law from Fordham University and a law degree from the Ateneo de Manila University. His legal practice covers M&A, foreign investment regulation, corporations, project finance, and labor. And rounding up the board is Ms. Luzonia M. She received her law degree from the University of the East, and her practice covers corporations, IP, and immigration. And we also have Dr. Francisco Elviray, who is an advisor to the board of directors and is also a co-founder of Climergy. So he brings an experience from both the public and private sectors. He used to be the CEO of Finma Energy and the president of the National Power Corporation. And previously, he was also the Secretary of Energy of the Philippine government. And then finally, we have the investment advisory team, also headed by Alex himself as the principal advisor and CEO. And I also joined that team supporting Alex. Prior to Climergy, I worked in the geothermal energy sector, focused on project management and economic analysis. And finally, but certainly not the least, is Ms. Christine Canonizado, who supports our office operations, and she has a wealth of experience in quality assurance and data analysis. And that ends our presentation, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that very informative presentation. So to our audience, please take note. Climergy's promise of no upfront capital tied up. So I think this is one of the, of course, we all know, obstacle for companies to pursue costly energy efficiency projects because the upfront cost is too high. So right now, we are ready to proceed to our Q&A. So all three speakers are here. My first question will be for Dr. Saren. So Dr. Lutken, what do you think, why should countries include ESCOs in their DCs, which are typically very generic? Why do we need to work for the inclusion of ESCOs in NDCs?
Thanks for that question. I've been asked that quite a few times. Why is it necessary to bring the ESCOs into the NDCs when they are so generic and they don't really point specifically to what policies will lie underneath the implementation? I think it's a valid question. We think it's necessary simply as a signal. If you turn it up on its head, you would say if the ESCO is in the NDC, it will be difficult to draft policies underneath that does not support the ESCO. So on the other way around, of course, you could have very generic NDCs, and underneath we could work on bringing ESCOs into the policies, even if it's not mentioned in the NDC. But if it's mentioned in the NDC, it is very difficult to draft policies that do not incorporate it in practice. So that is why we think that bringing it in there is in fact a valid strategy.
Thank you. Yes, we know that energy efficiency is expected to drive 40% of the reduction in emissions, right? So I think ESCOs really have a vital role in pursuing this. Okay. My next question will be for Alex Rathmel. We have two Alexes here. So for Alex Rathmel of EP Group, is Alex in the call?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So Alex, I want to ask you, what are the criteria that you're looking for companies to work with you? I'm sure a lot will be planning to work with you, would want to work with you.
Well, that's good to hear. I hope so. I mean, the first thing is that they need to be based in the Philippines, and we are keen to work with companies in the Philippines rather than at this stage multinational companies that have an operation in the Philippines. But by the same token, we are not really able to support new startups at this early stage. I think I mentioned we are doing that in the US, but we're just taking a different approach. But we're not really able to do that in other markets right now. So really, we're looking for an established business that offers something related to energy efficiency, or maybe offers an energy efficiency solution already, but not on a finance basis, or on a shared savings or pay from savings basis, but sees the potential of aspects of the ESCO model for transforming the value proposition that they offer to their clients. So maybe it's a mechanical and electrical firm. Maybe there's a product offering already in the energy efficiency space. Maybe it's a solar PV offer, something like that. I don't want to make out that there's a right answer. That we're interested in discussions with anybody that can see the potential of this market and the potential of this model to help them capture more of it. So yeah, that's it. Makes sense.
Right, as what was mentioned, there's no shortage of financing, but first things first, we have to develop and the risk, develop a pipeline of bankable projects. So
right,
that is your mandate.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Good to hear that. Okay, so my next question will be for Alex. Our second Alex in the call. So Alex, let me ask you, how is your investment model different and a pioneer in the region?
Well, I'll take a first crack and allow my colleague Mikhail to add his thoughts. It's unique because, like I said, in most of Southeast Asia, there's no equity vehicle that's pushing equity capital to ESCOs. There's no entity or super ESCO structure that's aggregating them into a portfolio, right? So ESCOs have portfolios, but there's no portfolio of multiple ESCOs projects, right? Assembling them into tranches of $100 million tranches, right? So it's still non-existent, and most ESCOs are just reliant on debt finance to pursue their project capital. And this is the reason why many of them remain in that comfort zone where the bulk of the ESCO business, they remain as they'll do the works, but the capital is not flowing through them, right? So it would still be on the balance sheet of the host entity or the customer in that case. So it's unique because when I presented this in a recent IEA workshop in India, it was likened to be the first, or well, it has some similarities to what EP Group is doing, but it's likened to be like a private sector attempt to create a super ESCO in an emerging market, right? So you see super ESCOs, but they're typically state-owned. In Bulgaria and UAE, super ESCOs are still state-owned. So it's unique. It's unique in the sense that this is a pure commercial-based private sector attempt to make that super ESCO-like structure happen in an emerging economy. Mikhail, your thoughts?
Thanks, Alex. The features of our approach to EE investing is born out of answering the question, how do we make it easier for customers, these business establishments, to say yes to a energy efficiency project, which is well outside their list of core competencies. So, for example, the fact that we are focused on EE projects, there's less risk aversion that they would normally encounter from other financial institutions, even those that have so-called clean energy funds. And second, because we're offering an off-balance sheet solution, they don't need to have a budgetary allowance for this project, even if they've already identified that energy saving opportunity. So they don't need to run to their CFO and get that supplemental budget, because we come to them and say that, you know what, you don't have to pay in your upfront capital, just have a smaller amount of cash ready to pay us in your repayment fees, which is a much smaller portion than what they would pay upfront. And it speeds up the decision-making process. And these projects that would otherwise have been shelved because of their budgetary cycles now become possible because of our intervention.
Terry, if I may, I'd like to add to that. It's also unique because we're filling that gap. You see, some markets like the Japanese ESCO market, a little bit of the Thai ESCO market in Thailand, they have a little ESCO leasing happening there, right? So leasing companies owning the equipment assets of what the ESCO installs in their customers' facilities. But you know, a very recent a global accounting standard, IFRS 16, just changes the world, right? So it's what the new global accounting standard says is that even in a finance or operating lease, whoever flips the switch, typically most of these facilities and equipment, especially if procured and specified by the customer, the end user, it would have to sit in its own books, right? As it will have to be booked as assets from day one, and just be counted as liability for the lease payments that are still forthcoming. So it's you have the equipment assets now sitting in an ESCO leasing arrangement. You have the ESCO assets sitting now in the books of the facility owner or the host entity. But if you're flowing equity capital, that dilemma doesn't exist, because we have to make sure that the equipment assets are really outside the balance sheet of either the ESCO or the host entity. So there's no leasing, lessor lessee relationship in the Climergy business model.
So in that case, the assets will be in your balance sheet?
It would have to be in the Climergy balance sheet, or the Climergy special purpose vehicle, the project company. Yes, it will have to sit there through the life of the contract.
All right. Now, let me ask, you said you will cover the upfront capital costs, but would that require any collateral? Like what normally banks would still require?
Right. So we're not a bank, right? We actually, if we believe in the project, we believe in the returns of and trust the findings of the investment grade audit, and develop and structure a model now that would be a win-win for our investors and our investees. Then we'll be securing it in a different way. First, we own the assets, and we also will be reliant on now the performance guarantees that the ESCOs can now cough up. So we will be requiring each of our partner ESCOs to issue us energy savings performance guarantees, and we would have to make sure that they're creditworthy enough to back those energy savings performance guarantees. So we will secure them based on their technical judgment, based on what they recommend on their energy audits, and not the traditional fixed asset-based lending where different types of collateral or securities are required.
Good enough. All right, now we have a question from our audience from Mr. Hio Chiao Lim from NPAP, and he would like to ask the question directly. May I ask Mr. Lim to turn on his camera? Is he in now? Is Mr. Lim going to ask the question? There. Go ahead. Oh, you're muted, sir. We can't hear you. Or I can. We still can't hear you, sir. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. Sorry.
Now we can hear you. Now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Last. With my 40 years experience in energy efficiency, I really would like to partner with any of the participants, especially Ms. Ablasa, kasi marami na akong nabasa sa'yo. Thank you very much, po.
Yes, and your question, sir? Do you have a question?
Are you open to partnerships?
Oh. I believe, yes, they are very much open.
Well, just to reply to Mr. Lim, we're open to to more conversations, right? So we'd like to understand what projects you are developing, and yes, let's take a look at it. There are, in this panel, there are potential partners, right? So the other Alex may be a partner as well, indirectly Soren through PE2 and the Asia Pacific ESCO Industry Alliance, and Soren becomes part of that that network, right? So so yes, Mr. Lim, we'll be happy to explore opportunities, collaborative opportunities.
Okay, so we have another question from JD Arroyo, and he asks, as we gear towards clean sources, demand for e-vehicle might increase. As the demand for e-vehicles increases, how will this affect energy efficiency? Does e-vehicle help more in reaching our goal of net zero? Who would like to take this question?
Well, I'll take the first crack, and maybe my fellow speakers would also offer their views. You see, at least in this part of the world, I don't see a real intersection yet of the ESCO business model in fleets, right? Electrification of fleets. It's still the way the let's say you were electrify a fleet of buses or a fleet of trucks or a fleet of lighter delivery vehicles. We haven't seen that implemented through the more traditional ESCO business model yet. No? We see large corporates either just plain leasing or acquiring, plus their battery and charging infrastructure, but we haven't seen the savings-based model implemented through an ESCO. But then again, so electrification of vehicles would be one. But I'd like maybe I don't know if my fellow speakers have seen otherwise. In the UK, US, EU, if transport has been vehicles have been the assets as subject of the ESCO performance contract, and especially electric vehicles at that.
Yeah, I could just chip in there if I may. We have seen a recent project like that in London, which was about equipping private hire operators with electric vehicles using a similar model. But I would agree, it's not something that you would consider to be part of the ESCO model, really anywhere that we're seeing. But I think one thing to highlight about electrification of transport is the demands on the electricity system, and the role that energy efficiency can play in allowing more capacity by reducing maximum demand and total demand for energy. So I think particularly in the US, where there is vertically integrated utility system in many states, you do see energy efficiency seen by utilities and state regulators as a resource for reducing electricity demand, thus postponing the need for network reinforcement and other expensive investment in electrical infrastructure, because it's cheaper to pay for energy savings than it is to pay for those upgrades. And of course, energy savings also create environmental and social benefits directly that putting new copper in the ground simply doesn't. So we've had a few tentative attempts at addressing that here in the UK, but I think it's a general opportunity for energy efficiency. If some of that value of deferred network investment can be harnessed and channeled into energy efficiency, it improves further the value proposition, the investment case for an energy efficiency project. And ESCOs are perfectly placed to deliver those projects because they rely on good validation, verification of outcomes as a core part of their business model. So we know how much power we haven't used by doing an energy saving project. So I think it's important to consider how efficiency and electrification of transport work together in a single electricity system.
Terry, if I may, one of our PE2 members, MServe, actually owns a fleet of EV shuttles, right, for a university campus and a utility compound. So it does work. It's not exactly squarely within the ESCO business model, but if you are offering a service, and that would be shuttle service through EVs, then that's a variation, if you must, of the ESCO business model.
Okay.
I could maybe add just quickly on this issue as well, that if you look at the service part as being the charging of the electric vehicles, but there's a lot of solar PV potential above parking areas and terrain parking. So if you consider the charging, which is done in many cases, also as a possibility for ESCOs, such a generation ESCO. I see there are great opportunities also here for the ESCO model to get engaged.
Okay, very good point. Okay, so now we have another question from our audience, from Sanjay Gorkali. His question, one question I would like to put is the cost involved in license of ESCO in a box. for Alex. Rathmel, that is.
We haven't priced it yet for the Philippines, but clearly the challenge for us is to arrive at a pricing structure that aligns everybody's incentives and aligns us with the success of the ESCO. So we're certainly not proposing to level license fees that are prohibitive to the operation of a profitable business. You know, quite the opposite. So we have a very straightforward commercial structure in the UK market, primarily because we're dealing with public sector entities primarily. So so they need a very fixed and consistent and transparent pricing structure that's the same everywhere. We may take the same approach in the Philippines, or we may be able to be a little bit cleverer in the way that we take on some of the risk and share some of the risk and with participating ESCOs. So that's a long way of saying I can't answer that question yet, but we're on a journey to understand the market and to work out those questions. So if you have any interest, please do get in touch.
Yeah, it's good to see the high interest in partnering with you and with Climergy. Okay, so we're almost out of time. I'd just like to ask for any last words for the audience from all of our speakers. So who would like to go first? Alex, Rathmel.
Sure. I think that there's an exciting opportunity ahead in the Philippines. It's already taken a lead in the regulatory space, and there are lots of, we're already seeing with the few weeks that we've been working on this, there's lots of dynamic businesses out there that want to take advantage of the ESCO model, and we're excited to be involved. So thank you for having us, and looking forward to the next round of conversations.
Pleasure to have you. Dr. Soren, any parting words for audience?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would just like to reiterate that we would really like to see the climate community also to a much greater extent embarking on the specifics of energy efficiency, not just a generic mentioning of energy efficiency in every context, but in fact also getting engaged in the way that we do that, and that would be, in our view, through adoption of the ESCO.
Thank you for joining us today. And last but not the least, from Climergy, who would like to go first?
Right. So let me. I'll just pitch in with maybe I'm indirectly answering one question from Chris Crawley of SkyCool out of Singapore, and the Philippines will soon be able to fill that gap. Give you the examples that you need of a market where if you have a well-enforced law with a very low consumption threshold that's more inclusive and captures even the SMEs and not just the large corporates, and giving them obligations like mandatory energy audits every 3 years, then that will just awaken in the sleeping giant called the ESCO market. So it's going to be exciting times for the ESCO market in the Philippines. And I think nobody has mentioned this today yet, but the escalating fuel prices brought about by a conflict, it will, of course, just hasten that, and not just on the power side. A lot of ESCOs are on the power side. I'd like to see more ESCOs now on the fuel and fossil side, right? For very heat-intensive industries. So it's exciting times, and Climergy looks forward to more conversations with you in the market.
And then just to add, I think everyone in this panel is looking for partners for future projects. Energy efficiency is definitely at the frontier right now in the Philippines, but there is an increasing argument that it is indeed a low-hanging fruit, where now we have a legal structure to incentivize it and to create demand for EE services, and add that to the fact that the Philippines has one of the highest cost of power in Southeast Asia, and so the business model really works. So we encourage that we have more partners to seize this business opportunity.
Right. So due to the limited time we have, we will now close our Q&A for this session. For those remaining questions not called out, we will give our best to send your questions to the speakers so they can answer them, and we will email their responses to you. Thank you, and we appreciate your understanding. I wish to thank everyone for your active participation in this Q&A, and allow me now to turn over to Ruth, who will be our next moderator for the last technical session of this afternoon.
So thank you, Terry. We'll now proceed to our fourth and last technical session with the theme, Innovation in End-User Adoption of Energy Efficiency. In this session, we will hear about an EE investment case study in Indonesia, energy storage systems, and EE opportunities for companies and SMEs. Allow me to introduce our next three speakers. So may I request the speakers to please turn on your cameras? Thank you. So John Colombo represents Climb Capital for investments in Indonesia. Climb Capital manages the Southeast Asia Clean Energy Facility, or CF, which makes early-stage development capital investments in innovative, high-impact, clean energy projects in the Philippines, Indonesia, and Vietnam. John brings extensive experience in the power generation and mobility sectors. Colin Steele, Chief Sustainability Officer of Stratcon Power Services Philippines, is leading a multidisciplinary teams in the development, energy, and sustainability sectors throughout Southeast Asia over the last 15 years. Colin is a proven business development, program manager, and country executive. He recently completed a 2-year consultancy as a senior investment specialist leading a team originating and evaluating distributed energy and mini-grid projects and companies throughout Indonesia and the Philippines to a value of $400 million US dollars. In 2020, Colin founded Stratcom in the Philippines, initially providing energy efficiency services, and it's now a DOE-registered ESCO, providing broad sustainability and energy services to a range of local and regional clients, supported by a novel mix of TRL9 technology partners, delivering cost-efficient approaches enabling clients through the energy transition and/or achieve the net zero targets. Our third speaker is Lee Wei Young. He's a senior analyst at Carbon Trust Singapore, where he works closely with clients ranging from governments to private sector players on topics such as energy efficiency and climate change. He's currently supporting the delivery of a series of interventions under the ASEAN Low Carbon Energy Program, a £15 million aid program to assist governments and businesses across the region in their low carbon transition. Prior to joining the Carbon Trust, Wei Yang held a regional role in a food and beverage association where he supported multinational corporations address their sustainability challenges through the development of industry roadmap and sharing insights on policy and regulatory developments. He has also worked at the Singapore's National Environment Agency, where he managed a suite of environmental grants to support ground-up sustainability initiatives. Mr. Lee Wei Yang holds a bachelor's degree in environmental studies with honors from the National University of Singapore. So now let's listen to our first speaker, Mr. John Colombo, who will present catalytic investment in energy efficiency, an Indonesia case study. John, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to introduce Climb Capital and the Southeast Asia Clean Energy Facility, or CSEF, as well as to share with you how we've made catalytic investments in some key Southeast Asian markets. My name is John Colombo. I represent Climb Capital for the Indonesian market. But in addition to Indonesia, we also make investments in the Philippines as well as Vietnam. And so certainly for those of you in the Philippines, we'd love to be in touch with you and do feel free to reach out. And I'll share my email after I conclude my remarks here. I'll discuss today our recent investment in a leading energy efficiency company in Indonesia, Synergy Energy Solutions, and and as well as how CSEF itself makes investments. So, as the world affirmed in Glasgow recently, we need immediate action to mitigate the worst effects of climate change. The private sector can't just sit on its hands. We all need to be proactive. But the good news is that it's an opportune time to accelerate the clean energy transition in Southeast Asia. Proven technologies are continuing to move down the cost curve. Prominent Indonesian, but also other companies regionally are taking initiative, showing the market that being proactive does make commercial sense. Energy efficiency in this sense is still a bit new. I think a lot of initial action among companies has been more oriented toward power generation. But I think this year and next are going to be hopefully the years where energy efficiency starts to be more on everyone's radar. There's increasing pressure on the supply chain to reduce its carbon footprint. And consumers, for their part, are increasingly attuned to the importance of reducing emissions, as well as the significant and as yet mostly unrealized cost savings that can be achieved. So enter CSEF. We take an early stage approach. We take early stage risk. We aim to crowd in other sources of private capital by taking a nimble investment approach, focusing on proven scalable technologies with high climate impact. And having launched the fund in mid-2020, we've already supported more than 1 gigawatt of new renewable capacity. And we're really looking forward to making a different kind of impact through investments in energy efficiency. We take a pretty local approach with country managers in each of our target markets. That includes myself in Jakarta, but also in the Philippines and Vietnam. We're backed, however, by large international climate-focused foundations, impact investors, and corporate investors. And this empowers us to take early stage risk while bringing crucial networks to our investees to help them grow, scale, and move more quickly. We serve essentially as a bridge between local developers and sources of private capital, allowing companies to scale and take their businesses to the next level. As a fund, of course, we aim to achieve a return, but we do so while aligning ourselves with founders and early investors and taking risk alongside them. CSEF prioritizes 3 primary threshold criteria for investment. The first is climate impact. This is absolutely crucial. We seek opportunities that maximize the climate impact per dollar invested. And our investment is geared toward positioning our investees to achieve this. Additionality is another important criteria. We do seek to crowd in rather than compete with existing sources of private capital. Lastly, we're looking for commercially viable businesses and projects to invest in. We support those businesses that can attract follow-on capital. Now, in aligning ourselves with investees, CSEF prioritizes shared upside rather than downside protection, and that allows, we hope, emerging businesses to flourish at an early stage. And it's particularly important, I think, to take this approach in promising sectors like energy efficiency that, being very promising, nonetheless have not yet gained significant traction in most Southeast Asian markets. The sectors in which we invest, so of course it includes energy efficiency, but it also e-mobility, storage, and renewable power generation, particularly wind and solar. These sectors are all gathering significant interest from investors. But we do find that there's often a viability threshold that needs to be attained to attract traditional investors. And we provide that crucial development capital at the point when companies are taking the risk to implement game-changing business models, such as shared savings energy efficiency projects. I note that we benefit from a network of organizations like the Energy Transition Partnership that support other crucial aspects of the energy transition, including technical assistance, concept design, project initialization, as well as policy recommendations. For our part, CSEF supports companies that are at the early stage of scaling proven clean technologies like energy efficiency. And our support has de-risked some of these exciting opportunities for investors. And so far, 3 of our 6 investees have already raised significant follow-on investment. I want to note as well that, as noted by Alex Rathmel, who spoke during, I think, the previous session, we've worked closely with EP Group, including on our first energy efficiency transaction, Their ESCO in a box model is a very novel and a way to rapidly skill up a company to offer ESCO services based on international best practices. We certainly see that as being a crucial de-risking mechanism for the Indonesian market. And I think that that ought to be true for the Philippines and even Vietnam as well. ESCO in a box brings projects closer to the bankable standard needed to really get the ball rolling in Indonesia, as those projects can be difficult to find. And we see the EP group as putting this into practice in the Philippines, essentially professionalizing energy services and providing access to finance. I note here that, while the shared savings ESCO model is still in the early stages of gaining traction at least in Indonesia, I think we can draw encouragement from the rapid scaling and success of commercial and industrial rooftop solar. This market has really grown fast in Indonesia, despite the COVID pandemic. There are, of course, differences. Significantly more engineering is required for energy efficiency projects in a more bespoke way, I think we could say, and each project is, of course, unique to a degree that that just isn't true for many rooftop solar projects. Nonetheless, I think it's worth keeping in mind that the rooftop solar market is a useful point of reference for customers, investors, financial institutions as they consider the potential of energy efficiency. I think some points of similarity that are worth noting include, the proven readily available equipment in all key markets, repayment, credit assessment, security issues are generally somewhat similar to that of C&I rooftop solar. We've seen over the past few years increased lender familiarity with applicable models, which has really allowed the sector to grow a lot more quickly. We hope that can be the case for energy efficiency as well. And investors, and I think in the case of major manufacturers and industrial players, their buyers are increasingly demanding concrete steps to reduce the emissions impact of the supply chain. So how are things over here in Indonesia? There is immense potential for energy savings to be realized by Indonesian industry, commercial buildings, households. Indonesia is Southeast Asia's largest energy producer and consumer of energy. It makes up more than 36% of regional energy demand, and that's set to increase quite a bit, doubling by 2040. Electricity tariffs, and I think this is a point of differentiation with the Philippines. Electricity tariffs here have been historically quite low. This is changing. Rates are undergoing periodic increases. These were paused during the COVID-19 pandemic, but with the Indonesian economy emerging from that, further tariff increases, I think, are expected during this year, and I would say are likely to continue going forward on a gradual basis. The regulatory environment for energy efficiency is supportive, but still evolving. Large energy consumers currently are required to appoint an energy manager. They're required to institute an energy conservation plan, perform an energy audit, and report their consumption to the government. However, to date, there are no significant incentives provided for energy efficiency initiatives on the part of customers. So Indonesia is in a position where new incentives and supportive regulations may greatly encourage the sector on top of increasing electricity prices. Through our investment, however, we see that commercial and industrial customers are already realizing that they can take advantage of energy savings opportunities. The opportunities that have been realized to date are just scratching the surface, and to help Indonesian businesses take advantage of these savings, we need to invest in capacity building for Indonesian ESCOs and start mobilizing financing for projects so that zero upfront cost solutions can be offered. The overall context, as I mentioned, is supportive, even if there aren't significant incentives yet. We're optimistic this is the right time to be making early stage investments. To the extent that there are barriers, they're not regulatory, but rather the most important barriers, I would say, are a lack of familiarity with the shared savings contracts, as well as a lack of attention on energy savings on the part of customers. I mentioned, that there's considerable latent demand and low energy prices, but I would also note that there are barriers in terms of getting financial institutions to the table. From a familiarity and risk assessment standpoint, there's still some way to go. There tends to be a preference for longer term loans than what is often required for projects. I think there's also a tendency to look for, on the part of financial institutions, to look for higher total loan amounts to in order to even get out of bed, right? And then of course, ESCO players in Indonesia, and I think it's probably true of other markets, it's still a new space and they tend to have relatively small balance sheets. And again, I'm not familiar with the Philippines context, but there are no significant regulatory incentives here. But as I noted earlier, there are some mandatory policies that are mostly around reporting and kind of encouraging industrial and commercial consumers to understand their own energy usage. But even so, as you can see from this graph, a fairly low percentage are actually covered under those regulations. So in December of last year, so quite recently, we announced our first investment in energy efficiency in any of the three markets where we currently operate. And that was in Synergy Energy Solutions, or SES. Established in 2008, it has been a leading player in Indonesia's energy efficiency market, and they're a first mover and they've remained patient and dedicated. It's earned them a long list of reputable clients for energy efficiency consulting and auditing. They have a track record of project implementation, EPC, as well as investment grade audits, facility retrofits, sustainable building design, optimization certification, the whole range of energy efficiency services, which they've expanded over the years to fit the local context here. And having conducted detailed due diligence, we found them to be the ideal investment. And two factors made that the case. One is that, of course, their track record locally, they had implemented Indonesia's first energy savings performance contract-based project. But also there was an additionality threshold that was met. There was a financing gap to meet their goals. They required additional capital to implement their strategy, to be able to prioritize ESCO projects, move beyond consulting, start providing zero upfront cost solutions. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic had also created headwinds for young companies like them, and there is a lot of catalytic investment required to support their organizational development, and as well as financing for early pipeline projects. And I'm going to try to hurry through this. I note that I am coming up toward the end of my time here, but I just want to note here that among the projects that are pictured here, two of them had garnered awards from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources as the most efficient buildings in Indonesia during their respective years of completion. So I won't dwell on this, but there's a bit of a case study here. This was Indonesia's first fully executed energy performance contract. Pretty significant customer savings. And really this project allowed SES to demonstrate to the market that, look, this is real, this is something that can be done. The significant customer savings, of course, help in discussions with financial institutions. And again, I think they're just scratching the surface, and there's our hope is that their success is going to crowd in other investors, and hopefully there will be even more competition in the market as well. We took a dual approach to our investment. We invested in organizational development and their ability to scale. So that included investment in some of their core company functions, including engineering and project design, finance, marketing, software, other functions. Recognizing, however, how few ESCO projects have actually been implemented to date in Indonesia, we've also provided initial project capital. And by providing funds for initial projects, we can help SES to demonstrate to the market the commercial viability of energy efficiency, or that's the hope. And to augment both of those investment streams, we drew on our networks and partnerships. We brought in a co-investor, New Energy Nexus, as well as a strategic partner, Smart Jewels, an Indian company which has had really impressive success in implementing shared savings projects in that market. We brought them in as a strategic partner to SES as well. So, we take a pretty holistic approach to our investments and really try to go beyond just providing money to also providing money for the purposes and at the time when it is actually helpful to help companies scale, as well as to draw on our networks to bring the maximum possible benefit to our investees and help them succeed. I really, I recognize I maybe went over time a bit, but I greatly appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. Please feel free to contact me anytime at my email, which again, I'll share in the chat. For those of you who are in the Philippines, or perhaps, who knows, maybe somebody on this call is from Vietnam as well, do feel free to be in touch. I'd be happy to put you in touch with our team to discuss further opportunities. And I hope that we can be supportive of the energy efficiency market in the Philippines. Thank you again so much for the opportunity to present to you today.
So thank you, John. Capital for early stage of development is crucial. And CSEF providing funding for shared savings, for example, is something we absolutely need. The Indonesian hospital example with 36% customer savings was quite encouraging. So, okay, so now let's hear from our next speaker, Mr. Colin Steely, who will speak about supercapacitor energy storage systems, optimizing C&I facility energy efficiency. Over to you, Colin.
Thank you, Ruth. Thanks very much for the time. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to be presenting on supercapacitors and their ability to impact energy efficiency within C&I facilities. Now, I don't think it's necessarily the traditional sort of form of energy efficiency where you improve the performance of a load to see gains in energy efficiency, but rather the power quality coming into a site and being able to address that side of the equation. So supercapacitor energy storage systems optimizing C&I facility energy efficiency. Better energy needs is better storage solutions. To introduce StratCon, we're a very young company. We actually birthed from RA 11285 because we saw the substantial opportunity with such a low benchmark for designated entities to adhere to the requirements. In that time, we've been able to become a DOE registered ESCO, as well as form a number of strong partnerships with TRL9 technology solutions and partners. To date, we now have quite a strong in-house technical team being able to provide operations, marketing, sales, technical services to deliver level 1, 2, and investment grade energy audits as well as deliver energy efficiency projects. For the delivery of certain projects, we do have local partners that help with implementation of that, including Ocean Pixel, Physics Research, Solatility, and Inaugural. We are proud members of the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance, PSEA, as well as the PropTech of the Philippines. Here are a couple of the technology partners that we have agreements with. SMAPI, which I'll go over a little bit in due course. Ecoline is a Singapore-based solar thermal air conditioning solution. Brainbox AI was a Time Magazine awardee for 2020, providing artificial intelligence to manage HVAC systems within commercial buildings. Metron is a French energy analysis and optimizing solution. SkyCool provides a paint that you put on top of roofs to reflect heat off structures, very effective in both facilities that have HVAC and non-HVAC. Signify, world-renowned Philips lighting solution. SensGreen is an indoor air quality monitoring technology that we have onboarded given the current COVID situation and very effective in what they do. Leonix is a Thai-based microgrid management solution, and 75F is a Indian-American solution to retrofit buildings in providing BMS and control of HVAC and lighting. But the solution that I'd like to talk to you today is VEDA. VEDA is an Australian engineering company that brings forward novel solutions, including a state-of-the-art power battery energy storage system using supercapacitors. So just a little background on VEDA. They are a very strong technical team. They're able to provide all sorts of engineering services that could complement local solar installers and companies that want to grow their businesses into incorporating battery storage solutions. So anybody out there that is looking for such a partner, please feel free to get in touch with me at the end of the presentation or thereafter, and we'd be happy to have a chat with you. So they do everything from grid connection studies, connection feasibilities, commissioning support, whole point testing, and performance validation testing. Power systems modeling development, acceptance testing, and benchmarking as well. Here are a range of the solutions that VEDA come to market with. On the bottom right-hand side, you can see an IP67 rated battery, perfect for boats, if you want to turn into electrified vehicles, buggies, cars, and the rest of it. Any outdoor use as well. And then everything right up through to utility scale projects, we would very much be happy to provide a proposal for and some pricing and services on. But the sweet spot for us is certainly the CNI market, below 5 megawatts, providing containerized solutions. So why supercapacitors? Well, supercapacitors have been around for quite a long time. They're a traditional UPS solution, but now there is a slight tweak to their development that actually makes them a better performing battery than lithium ion. Now, we all are seeing the growth in the lithium ion market, which is spearheading prices. It's pushing up demand. And we all know that there's a shortage of lithium or raw resources for lithium ion batteries, which is also causing that peak in pricing. But there are problems with lithium ion. Lithium ion technology is not very stable compared to supercaps, and everything from mobile phones right through to utility scale lithium ion solutions have had explosions and fires, and that's primarily due to the technology that it is. Lithium ion is a chemical-based reaction which causes heat throughput. As you can see here, why are current lithium ions so limited? Well, the thermal informal runaway refers to heat generated in the chemical reactions taking place. A chemical reaction that generates heat is what chemists call an exothermic reaction, and that can be hard to contain. Lithium-ion batteries are made up of potentially thousands of battery cells, and if one of them catches fire, then this could potentially lead to a failure throughout the whole system. So there is significant risk. Lithium-ion batteries also need to operate under optimal conditions, so they do require other cooling mechanisms in and around the structures to ensure that they can have optimal operating temperatures. Now, this is quite interesting here, right? Basically, this slide's showing the development of supercapacitors to what we are using now, graphene-based supercapacitors. So yes, traditional supercapacitors used in UPS had high power density, very long life cycle. They were used because under a UPS application, if the grid power goes out, they could be used as an intermittent battery to ensure that the genset can go on and provide uninterrupted power supply, being UPS. However, there was a limitation, and the limitation was that they could not provide the required total energy density to provide a long-term storage solution, or relatively long-term storage solution. So what is graphene? Graphene is a two-dimensional carbon structure, which then allows the power density to reach the required levels to provide a holistic solution. And because of that, we basically leave lithium ion in the dust. It has high capacitance, high energy and power density. It provides long life cycles and provides high efficiencies. And I'll go into that in a little bit more time. So why supercaps? Well, we're pretty much solving current problems with lithium ion and other chemical-based technologies like lead-acid-based batteries. So we've already been through no thermal runaway. Well, on the supercap side, it isn't a chemical-based reaction, but an electrostatic-based reaction. So there is minimal risk to fire happening in the entire operation of the battery. The cycles. So lead acid has about 500 cycles before you see considerable degradation, while lithium ion sees about 6,000 cycles. Because supercaps are a electrostatic-based charge, it doesn't wear out the chemicals within the battery and can have up to 1 million cycles. Veda provides a 15 to 20-year guarantee on the batteries themselves with minimal degradation in performance. So the usable capacity, you always have to oversize lithium ion and lead acid to meet the required application. However, with supercaps, you can have 100% depth of discharge without any impact on the actual state of the battery itself. But one of the most impressive factors of supercaps is its C charge and discharge rate. Compared to lead acid or lithium ion, which ranges between 0.1 C to 1 C, we can actually provide solutions between 1 C to 10 C. So that means that at the 10 C rate, supercaps can charge at 60 times faster than lithium ion. So given any type of application, for example, where you have excessive solar being produced and it would have to otherwise be curtailed, this battery storage or supercaps would require a much smaller solution than their traditional lithium ion to meet that surge in output from solar. Operating temperatures. Now, this is really interesting for this part of the world because we are in hot, humid climates. We can operate within temperatures between -30 degrees Celsius right up to 80 degrees Celsius. And this is why we don't need actual extra cooling systems on the battery storage themselves, unlike lithium ion or lead acid. The environmental impact. So apart from graphene, the battery itself is made up of steel and aluminium, which has a very minimal environmental impact at the end of life of the battery compared to lead acid or lithium ion, where in the Philippines, at least, there is no recycling plant for lead acid. So anybody that does purchase that would have to have a solution on how to dispose that at the end of the life. While the supercaps that are based on steel and aluminum would probably have a residual value at the life of the product. But I would say, given that the warranties and the type of battery it is, there is still a life after the warranty that would see a longer application of these batteries. Now, because there is no chemical reaction, they're a whole lot easier to transport, and warehousing of these batteries is optimal over lithium-ion as well. So this, this grid-connected, so what is the application of batteries? And I think this diagram pretty much shows it very nicely, right through to, on the large-scale generation side of various applications, right through to each individual residential use. But what are the benefits to supercaps, and how does it help address energy efficiency for commercial industrial applications? Well, here are 6 areas that I would like to go through. It eliminates curtailment, it addresses peak shaving, it addresses frequency regulation, it optimizes diesel offsetting, addresses power quality coming into a facility, and as a UPS, a traditional UPS, deals with blackout protection for any C&I facility. So now these 6 areas might not traditionally be improvements on energy consumption per unit of output, which traditional energy efficiency is, but it actually assists in the overall optimal performance of a facility. And, with my background in solar, I've actually asked a number of colleagues, what is their opinion on whether a supercap should be invested in for a facility over solar PV. And I think there are enough pros and cons to really have to have a case-specific assessment to see which would be the optimal investment for a facility going down any upgrade or retrofit undertaking. So to provide a little bit of detail, it eliminates curtailment. Now, here in the Philippines, any facility above 100 kilowatts has to actually provide a zero net export requirement on their facility, right? So that means that you can see from these 2 graphs, even though they're small systems, you can see that throughout each load profile, it doesn't exactly match up with the solar, even though the solar in the first diagram, the top diagram, is quite lower than what the actual facility can absorb. In the second facility, clearly the solar is at most parts of the day during the peak of the day higher than what that load of the facility is. But because loads are intermittent, they're not flat, you can see that in both cases there is a level of grid export. So if these facilities were above 100 kilowatts, they would not be allowed to export. And that's a whole lot of wasted power from solar that could be absorbed by a battery storage system. And again, because we have a C charge rate, the ability to absorb and charge a battery so much faster than lithium ion allows us to have a smaller unit than what would be required over lithium ion. Now, this frequency regulation is more on the grid side, but same sort of theory could be approached to a C&I facility. Basically, when the grid is stressed, either because they have too much production or the demands have shot up, creating an irregular frequency off the 50 hertz or 60 hertz in the Philippines, there can be the application of battery storage to absorb power as well as to discharge power at the various points in time, which leads to then again having an optimal system. Now, what does that produce in the system? The better the power quality, the better the operation of the electrical side within a facility. Load leveling, a very similar principle as well. In the case where there is an excessive demand or excessive load, it can take that surplus, store it, and then be used when there isn't that much load and discharge, or the other way around. Again, the C charge rate impacts the ability to have a smaller battery size to meet this level of application. Peak shaving, a great opportunity for using peak shaving, not only in the ability to absorb power from a solar PV facility, but to also meet the surge in the load as when required on any given day of the week, right? Because it can actually discharge at 10C as well. So again, a smaller battery compared to lithium ion. Now, power quality, very similar principles. In power quality applications, and energy storage helps protect downstream loads against short duration events that affect the quality of power delivered. Energy storage with reactive power capabilities can provide frequency and voltage support and respond quickly to voltage control signals. And now diesel offset. Now, this is a great one because we've got a case study, our first POC, which looks like it will be pushing ahead here in the Philippines. We are now, given the increase in diesel prices, we are able to reduce the return to investment to 1 year for this specific application, where we have now eroded the requirement of their diesel genset to operate in shorter intervals within a 24-hour period, in which we're able to save the excess power being driven and then discharge it over longer periods as to their traditional solution. So VEDA solutions are able to completely replace the need for diesel gensets if required. Leveraging VEDA's expertise and design to deploy our power systems, we are able to provide 100% of the power required during a blackout or brownout. VEDA can extend the life of your generators by leveraging the high CU ratio up to 10C, so you're not using them as much. This is a really cool application for UPS. As you can see, there was an electrical system failure, there was a blackout, the diesel genset went on. This image is from our SMAPI monitoring unit, and it just gives a great idea of how we can use VEDA supercapacitors to provide UPS services with a seamless transfer of power under 10 milliseconds. This is one of our case studies in Australia that provides 99% of power from a commercial building. So I think these solutions are becoming more readily available. Here is an indicative offer that we did provided to a local RES at about $2 million for a 2C battery, 1.5 megawatt hours and 3 megawatts of power. Now, how do we actually size up these systems? Well, this comes back to comprehensive power monitoring. The more detailed the power monitoring of a facility, the easier it is to size up, but not to go into too much detail, how we feel that SMAPI, our power monitoring technology, is by far one of the best solutions on the market for a variety of reasons. I'd be happy to go through that with anybody that's interested. It's been winning awards since 2000, and it provides multiple benefits. There are multiple benefits to power monitoring, which is provided through SMAPI. You can see them: preventive maintenance diagnostics, load baselining, investment grade audits, IP and VP monitoring evaluation, ESG and sustainability reporting is included, management and control capabilities, and empower negotiations for a better PPA. I think the empowerment for large contestable customers is a really interesting case study for this, because it reduces all your contingencies when negotiating for retail electricity supply. So just to finish off, we're hosting an event online and at the Holiday Inn in Makati tomorrow from 9 a.m. to midday. We'll present on SMAPI Smart Power Monitoring. And then in the afternoon from 2 to 5, we'll be presenting on SMAPI's smartest smart EV charging solution, both available in the Philippines. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colin. You got carried away there, but 10 energy efficiency tech partners. Wow. But that's the way to go, right? Collaboration is the key. And VEDA providing 99% of power in a commercial building? That's really cool. So let's hear from our last speaker, Lee Wei Young, to talk to us about energy efficiency opportunities for corporates with a deeper look at SMEs. Over to you, Wei Young.
Thanks, Ruth. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Right, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Wei Yang. I'm the senior analyst at the Carbon Trust, and I'm based in Singapore. So the topic I'm gonna be sharing today is on energy efficiency opportunities for corporates, with a deeper look at small and medium-sized enterprises. And just to start off, I would like to provide some background on Carbon Trust and introduce who we are. So we have 20 years of experience in sustainability consultancy, and we are the expert partners for businesses, governments, as well as organizations around the world. So we draw on the experience of over 300 experts internationally to provide solutions to climate change, and we have supported over 3,000 organizations in 50 countries with their climate action planning. So here we have a brief overview of the outlook for Southeast Asia. So we see that Southeast Asia is one of the fastest developing regions around the world, and is expected to see a rapid economic growth driven by increasing industrial activities, growing population, and rising incomes. And you can see that the population is expected to reach over 700 million by 2030, making Southeast Asia the third largest in terms of population globally. And GDP growth is also expected to grow at a 4.5% in the next few years. And with that, the region energy demand is expected to increase sizably, with a growth of about 60% between now and 2040. So in the Philippines, we see that the forecasted energy demand is even greater than as compared to the region, as it is expected to grow by 80% between 2017 and 2040, and at an average annual rate of 3.5%. So this will be driven by economic growth as well as population growth similar to the region. And we know that the dominant energy use sectors are the transport, buildings, as well as the industry sector. So in Philippines, in the more recent years, we see that the government has been guided by the energy efficiency and conservation roadmap, which aims to support the country's economic development through efficiency gains and ensure energy security, which they are planning to have a 3% reduction in energy intensity across some of the key economic sectors. So until 2019, so I would say that energy efficiency activities in the Philippines had generally been voluntary, with few incentives to support the widespread adoption. And in early 2019, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act was enacted, so putting in place the country's first law, specifically relating to energy efficiency as well as conservation. So the shift from voluntary to mandated activity through the introductions of fines as well as incentives is likely to have a significant impact on the energy efficiency action in the country. So for instance, to manage the household's energy consumption, the primary strategy consists of setting minimum energy performance standards for appliances, minimum energy performance of products, as well as the energy labeling program for appliances such as the room air conditioners, refrigerators, as well as lightings. And for the commercial and industrial sectors, the Energy Efficiency Conservation Act also defined designated establishments. So this is where end users consuming at least 500,000 kilowatt hours annually are mandated to report on their energy consumption. They have to set an annual energy savings targets and to implement them. So I would say this gives the investors a clear indication of the government's commitment to scale up energy efficiency across the sectors. And such mandate, I would say, would also provide one of the many drivers for private companies to start taking action on energy efficiency. So in order to comply with the regulations. So another key drivers for corporates is to cut operational costs for running a business and to increase the profit margin and to stay competitive. So this can be achieved by measures such as introducing energy management practices, installing smart meters, as well as looking at energy efficient lightings. And increasingly with greater focus and I would say awareness on fighting climate change, improving the company's energy efficiency would also demonstrate a degree of corporate social responsibility to stakeholders, and this would help to enhance reputation for the company. And something that we also observe is that larger companies are also now expecting their suppliers to act, because many have started to set and work towards their net zero targets. So this would require them to look at value chain emissions, and that could push companies to start removing suppliers, especially those in the emerging markets that are slow to transition. So corporates have, I would say, various options when looking at enhancing their energy efficiency. So they could start off with optimizing their energy use in existing technologies and processes, including providing maintenance of existing equipment so that they run smoothly. Corporates can also invest in new buildings technologies, such as looking at building fabrics or general building appliances like air conditioners, as well as lighting. And for industrial as well as manufacturing sectors, corporates can invest in new technologies, in motors, refrigeration, compressed air, as well as process heating and cooling. And just to dive a little bit deeper, so here are some of the opportunities that corporates can tap on to improve their energy efficiency. So on the left, when we look at process, so companies can review control strategies, looking at the operating times and shutdown procedures, and these can help to yield some energy savings. And good procurement practices for motor is also key, because we know that the cost of buying an electric motor is just a fraction of its lifetime running cost. So for example, in a year, a running motor can cost up to 10 times its purchase cost in energy. So therefore, it makes sense to really purchase high efficiency motors as a starting point. And looking on the right on the offices, so just understanding your energy use and identify where energy savings can be made would be useful. Companies can also review your procurement policies to ensure that they are purchasing IT equipment with the highest energy performance possible. And also looking at lighting, so good savings can be achieved both through upgrades, so such as upgrading from conventional lighting to LED ones, and also improving the control management by utilizing timers as well as automatic controls for lightings. And for many manufacturers, compressed air is a common place and can be a major source of energy wastage. Improving the compressed air systems can typically save as much as 30%, where systems have not been well maintained. And one way to minimize energy wastage is also to reduce the air pressure. So companies can ask your equipment and to manufacturers to specify the minimum air pressure necessary to drive the machineries, and then ensure that the system meets and does not exceed the requirements. And next, to move on to heating. So it is important to maintain the boilers and pipework. So a regularly serviced boiler can save as much as 10% on annual heating costs. And boilers, hot water tanks, pipes and valves should also be insulated to prevent heat from escaping. And the last one we have here is cooling. So cooling is required in a variety of forms by many small businesses. So air conditioning, refrigeration, as well as process cooling are some of the more common ones. So installing sub-meters can be helpful to see how much electricity individual cooling processes use. Will help to identify areas where energy savings can be made. So for example, monitoring will also help to identify any fall in system performance, show the effects of operational change, and confirm the level of savings resulting from any actions taken. Okay, so I will now be sharing some energy efficiency learnings and experience from one of the program called the UK ASEAN Low Carbon Energy Program. So this is a 3-year multi-million technical assistance program provided by the UK Prosperity Fund to implement green finance as well as energy efficiency interventions in 7 Southeast Asia countries, including the Philippines. So Carbon Trust is the lead delivery partner for energy efficiency in this case. So we are supporting the program in 4 areas, looking at policy support, capacity building, technical assistance, as well as market development. And in the Philippines, we are supporting the government in developing guidelines, procedures and processes to guide the implementation of the mandates of the Energy Efficiency Conservation Act, as well as supporting businesses in the F&B sector to initiate their energy management journey. So the next few slides, I will be focusing on how the program support F&B businesses in their energy management journey, and I'll also share a case study of how the program supported F&B SME in the Philippines. So as part of the ASEAN Low Carbon Energy Program, we have the Energy Efficiency Accelerator. So that was set up to support the private sector in Southeast Asia to understand and prioritize and taking action on climate change. So the accelerator focus on F&B companies, and they support these companies at different stages of their energy management journey to help them realize the importance of energy efficiency and implementation tools and policies to help them in this process. So there are 3 levels of support that we provided through the accelerator. So firstly, we have online tools as well as energy efficiency guidance resources. So these are publicly available on our website and they are open access to all companies, so that to help to build them up on the awareness of energy efficiency. So we also organize capacity building workshops to raise awareness and knowledge on energy management, energy efficiency, as well as wider corporate sustainability. And lastly, we deliver technical support to selected companies in the F&B sector on a needs-based basis. So with a focus on improving the energy efficiency and to help them set more ambitious energy performance targets. So these are just some of the guides that are available to help companies identify energy savings and consider options for incorporating energy management in their operations. So I wouldn't run through them in detail here. So just move on to the next one. So on capacity building workshops, we have delivered them to corporates targeting F&B sectors as well as SMEs to share opportunities to reduce energy consumption. And in one of the workshops, we partnered with the Philippines Sugar Millers Association to deliver a workshop to their member network on energy efficiency opportunities focusing on the sugar sectors. So in the Philippines, we have provided one-to-one technical support to JB Tech Flavors and Blends. So this is a food manufacturing SME that is specializing in the production of processed meat, marinades, as well as sauces. So it is a fast-growing company that is incorporated in 2017, but have now grown to over 200 employees. And through our initial engagement, we realized that while JB Tech have existing monitoring and metering systems in place to track its energy consumption, it still faces some challenges in terms of identifying the energy savings opportunities, as well as some of the best practice measures for major energy users. So as part of the technical assistance, we engaged a local energy auditor to go on site to help identify energy efficiency opportunities across the equipment being used and to advise on the best available technology. And JB Tech also do not have any key procedures to manage energy as well as electricity usage of equipment to ensure alignment with the industry best practices. So we have provided them with advice as well as guidance for setting up this energy management practices to better control their energy usage. So we have conducted an energy audit at their production plant, which includes areas for storage and chilling of food products, as well as for food preparation processes. So from the energy audit, we can see that food refrigeration was identified as the major energy use, and it takes up nearly 70% of the energy consumption of the facility, if you can see on the bottom right of the slides. So some of the recommendations to increase the energy efficiency of cooling are described over here, replacing the refrigeration units with an inverter installed that can give up to savings of up to 30%. And with all this, we see that the payback period for the measures is 4.5 years, while saving about over 4 million pesos per year. So with the amount of savings that can be achieved, I mean, just looking at increasing the energy efficiency of cooling, this helps to provide a business case for JB Tech to take action. And in addition to energy audits, we mentioned about setting up energy management practices. So for a company of JB Tech's size, we prioritize setting a clear energy policy as the first starting point, and we also develop an energy strategy which is more operational in nature to support the energy policy. So a key outcome of the energy audit is that we have provided a list of energy efficiency project opportunities and their respective energy as well as cost savings potential. So we are happy to see that JB Tech is keen to proceed with the audit recommendations and is now seeking access to funding. I mean, given that there's a bit of a high upfront capital cost for some of the recommendation. And I think just to wrap up, so one of the lessons learned is that corporates in the region, would say no matter their size, have a lot to do to understand, plan as well, implement energy efficiency as well as energy management. So, I mean, there are various barriers to energy efficiency, and we identified some of them over here. I wouldn't go through them in detail, but I thought they are the lack of awareness and knowledge about energy efficiency, the lack of attractive energy efficiency funding, and lastly, I would say there's still limited enforcement of the regulatory mandate. I mean, given that the Energy Efficiency Act is relatively new. So yeah, I think with that, I will end my presentation and hand over back to Ruth.
Yes. Thanks for that. That's really interesting, providing technical support, right, to companies for them to be aware of the energy efficiency um, measures that they can do to generate millions of pesos of savings, especially the company you mentioned. So we will now proceed with the question and answer portion of this session. So may we call back all our three speakers and request that you all turn on your cameras. And a quick reminder to our audience, please type in your questions with your name and organization at the chat box below your screen, and I will try my best to raise those questions to our speakers. If you would like to personally ask your questions directly to the speakers, please mention that in the Q&A. And when I acknowledge you, please turn on your camera and state your name and organization before asking the question. So let me ask the first question. I think let's address this to John Colombo. At which stage can CSEF support energy efficiency companies, either for shared savings or performance guarantee? John?
We can support companies prior to project implementation. So we can support projects directly, but we can also support companies that have some demonstrated track record. So provided that there is some visibility on a pipeline with a clear demonstrated capacity to take a pipeline to contract, then we can be supportive of companies to build their capacity even prior to those projects being implemented.
Okay. So now to Colin. Colin, what is the life cycle, the cycle life of lifetime of VEDA supercapacitors? Is it 10 years, 25 years, or? Colin?
There you go. Thanks, Ruth. Yeah, VEDA being a supercapacitor battery doesn't have a chemical reaction, right? It's an electrostatic. So with that, it can actually have up to 1 million cycles. But for that, we provide a 15 to 20-year warranty, depending on the application, because we feel that other things might wear out before the actual battery does. So it has a very long life. For example, you know, if any investor of a solar PV facility providing a PPA to an off-taker is going to undertake such an investment, that's a 15-year contract. If they're going to put in battery lithium ion, they'll have to replace those lithium ions at least twice within that period. Now with VEDA, you'd only have to do it once. And because we can have several cycles a day, it's even more useful in other applications than just storage on a 1 day per basis.
Oh, okay. All right, that's interesting. I have a question here for Wei Yang. How can SMEs kickstart their energy management journey?
Thanks, Ruth, for the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think for SME, it's important to start measuring your energy consumption and to understand where your main energy users are, because if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. So, and secondly, I think it's more important to get the buy-in of the management and key stakeholders and to set a company-wide energy target. And I would say the last step would, also the most important one, would be to develop a strategy to achieve this energy target. So I think companies can start thinking about what can different departments contribute to reducing energy consumption or increasing the energy efficiency. So it doesn't have to be complex. You could just walk around the office or production site and help. And this could actually help to generate some ideas on how you could uncover energy efficiency opportunities.
Oh, okay. But you know that funding that you have, can people apply for that funding with you if they want something done with their companies, for example? Or what was the criteria that was used for all those energy efficiency programs that you've provided technical support on?
So they're actually really very much on a case-by-case basis. So we actually have local consultants in the Philippines to help us reach out to companies to assess them, and our criteria is to, I mean, we are focusing on SMEs because we find that they have a higher barrier to taking such actions. And the program is also focused on F&B industry because I think that's where a lot of the work can be done as well.
Okay. So I think if there's like a takeaway that you can provide our listeners today, what is it? Like in like 2-3 sentences, is there something that they should remember about energy efficiency that will make them want to do it, right? For example, as far as what you all do is concerned. So I'll start again with, maybe I'll start with Colin first.
Sorry, Ruth, can you just repeat?
Okay. You know, like key takeaway for our audience, maybe 2 or 3 sentences
Hello,
about
Ruth?
what you do. Can you hear me?
Oh, well, yeah, sorry, connection's not very good. You know, we want to become a fully integrated ESCO, providing a multitude of services for designated entities to address their compliance requirements, both on the public and private spheres of the requirements under that law. And I think we're building that. We're certainly being able to now undertake energy audits, level 1, 2, and investment grade. So we look forward to contributing more in this space and helping companies address their energy efficiency requirements, as well as help them on their sustainability pathway and meet net zero targets too.
Okay. And John?
Thanks, Ruth.
Thanks, Colin.
Yeah. My message to practitioners would be that CSEF and sources of financing like us are stepping in, and we want to talk to you. We want to support you early. To financial institutions, we look forward to you joining the party and having de-risked some of these opportunities. We welcome you to come and take advantage of the opportunity to provide financial support to what are actually quite strong and exciting opportunities. Finally, to commercial and industrial consumers of energy, to the extent that maybe some of them may be on this call, I would really encourage you to start thinking about this and be in touch with some of the ESCOs that may be operating locally in your market.
Okay, great. And Wei Yang?
Yeah, thanks, Ruth. So I think my message would be that SMEs do not have to be intimidated by taking energy efficiency actions. So not all measures have to be high capital costs. So for an SME, it might be useful to just target or aim for low-hanging fruit, such as a start, such as installing low-energy lightings or even reminders to your employees to switch off your lights when not in use. So it could be as simple as that.
Yeah, so that's more like energy savings, right? So there's a question here. Do any of the speakers have examples where they've seen a substantial increase in ESCO penetration, and what were the specific reasons why? It seems like businesses always got bogged down in measuring baseline energy use for all equipment, having confidence they will keep using the equipment in the same hours per day in the future. This is from Chris Crawley.
I will be happy to give that a go.
Okay.
I mean, I can't really talk about the first part of the question. You know, we try to keep to our own business and, know what's going on in the market, but we can't see that ESCO growth. There's a DOE page that provides the list of registered and approved ESCOs, right? But yeah, I mean, on our side, So what was the second part of the question?
It seems like businesses are always bogged down, right, by measuring baseline energy use for all equipment. So,
right, Ruth. Thanks for reminding me. Now, we use SMAPI, which has 28 channels per unit. We find it an exceptional tool to install and prolong that. Now, COVID has had an impact on energy usage in different ways, right? So how do you actually create that baseline during a COVID situation? It's not easy. But either way, you've got to start measuring the data. And I think if you can start measuring the data, pushing things at a very detailed and granular level, you push through on activities that get caught up in showing the actual reductions. So we are pushing to the market with this approach, and it's been well received so far.
Okay. All right. So, well, this is an additional question to you from Leo Santos. Where are the capacitors made from? Can you sell them to integrators? Briefly.
Yeah, very happy to work with integrators. I think our engineering team with Veda provides exceptional engineering services to bring these types of services to the market. So please, Leo, get in touch. Be happy to have a chat. On fabrication, currently it's in the Middle East. They're opening up a factory in the US, and I think there is one other site as well due to the increase in demand for these supercaps.
Okay. Thanks. John, there's a question. How can CSEF funding benefit energy efficiency companies, and what types of activities are eligible for CSEF support?
We've supported both investment directly into companies to allow them to build their internal capacity. And so those aren't just hard costs related to projects, but they're also working capital, legal costs, expanding a marketing, financial team, software development. All of these are areas that we're able to support practitioners directly. Additionally, we have also supported projects, recognizing, of course, that for companies to make traction in what is, in many of these markets, essentially still a relatively new sector. We recognize the need to bring a portfolio of projects forward early, and also in doing so, give comfort to other financial institutions to also take part in providing financing for projects. So we can support a pretty broad range of activities, I would say.
Okay, I think that's clear enough. And Wei Yang, what are some key challenges for SMEs in taking energy efficiency actions? Are they intimidated? Are they, based on your, okay.
Yeah, I think two of the main ones would be, firstly is the lack of resources. So in terms of both time and money, so we often see SMEs be caught up with operational matters, and they lack the administrative or management resources to take actions on energy efficiency. And secondly, I would say on access to financing is also another issue. As in the case of JB Tech as well, they also face some challenges after taking their energy audits, they find it challenging to get financing because a lot of these financial institutions have high interest rates and also require their loans to be secured by collateral with a higher value. So that is an issue for small companies where they may not have the collateral.
Yeah, it's always it's a constant battle, right? The banks will only fund those that can support the payment, like collaterals, etc. But then this is where the development banks should step in, right? Like be a catalyst for providing funding for energy efficiency for MSMEs, or just basically companies that need to work on energy efficiency. I think there's a very long question here but there's one that says, if companies like us who are into product selling, how can we be backed up? I think this is by PE2 with regards to our advocacy of energy efficiency movement, starting with our clients. Yeah. So, well, I guess if you want, then you may contact PE2 and go to our website and find how we can collaborate together. You may contact the secretariat, and I'm sure we can work on something together. All right. So, I guess maybe I have one more question about financing. And so, Colin, based on your experience with all the 10 energy solutions that you have, right? Energy efficiency tech partners that you have, do you provide an ESCO model, or do you do you just directly sell it to them?
That's a good question. I mean, we're such a small company, right? We can't afford to put too much on our books. So we do look again for financing partners in super ESCOs. We do have a partner right now who is willing and able to pay for the initial smart power monitoring undertaking for a designated facility, given that there could be potential substantial energy efficiency investments thereafter. But yeah, they're happy to do so because they understand the importance of the baseline and getting that initial information.
Yeah. So then, call up John and call up the rest of the guys that were here earlier that is looking for funding.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think, John, what is the ratio of your funding on energy efficiency as well, and renewable energy? What's the ratio?
Yeah, so we've of our investments in Indonesia, we've made 3 to date, and one of them is energy efficiency. So makes up a considerable portion of our Indonesian portfolio, and I hope that ratio maintains over time. Of course, to date, in the other markets, we have not yet made investments in energy efficiency, and so we certainly hope to. So I hope that those of you who are practitioners in the Philippines that are looking for investment, I hope that we can be in touch with you soon, because we'd like to be in that space, in that market.
Yeah. Well, PE2 has so many member companies, right? You can start there. So I think we don't have any more questions unless I've missed it. Just check. Okay, so but that's it. I think it's a great discussions on what's out there for big companies, small companies, people that just want to do something, and even energy efficiency practitioners that can tap funding from different sectors. So on that note, I would like to thank you for joining us, and that's the end of our Q&A. Let me just get this. So due to the limited time we have, we'll now close our Q&A for this session. And for those remaining questions not called out, we will do our best to send you your questions to the speaker so they can answer them, and we'll email the responses to you. So before we end, I wish to thank everyone for your active participation in this Q&A forum. And please stand by for our closing session with our last keynote message from the Committee Chair for Energy of the Philippine Senate.
And now, for our second day closing keynote message, I'm honored to introduce a public servant whose impeccable work ethic and tireless dedication to serve his country made him one of the most hardworking lawmakers in the Philippines. As chairman of the Senate Committee on Energy and Committee on Economic Affairs during the 17th Congress, he steered both committees with a goal in mind to protect and empower the Filipino consumers and support small and medium businesses to generate jobs. He strove toward the passage of several key measures aimed at fostering a competitive, investor-friendly, and red tape-free environment in the energy sector and in the Philippine economy. His goal is to spark an economic renaissance in the entire country by crafting measures that would promote robust competition, encourage investments, and conduct business in the Philippines easier. He has successfully steered the passage of pro-consumer legislations that have been signed into law. Among the laws he has authored are the Murang Kuryente Act, Electric Cooperatives Emergency, and Resiliency Fund Act, Energy Virtual One-Stop Shop Act, Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, Anti-Obstruction of Power Lines Act, Philippine Innovation Act, Community-Based Monitoring Systems Act, Islamic Banking Act, and the Mobile Number Portability Act, wherein consumers now have the freedom to change their mobile numbers without the need to change mobile service providers or subscription plans. Now, in the 18th Congress, he pushes for more legislative measures to strengthen the country's energy security and clean energy transitions in his second term as chairman of the Senate Committee on Energy. In his new role as chairman of the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Arts, and Culture, he continues to introduce further reforms to bring the Philippine education system to world-class levels. Indeed, his commitment to genuine public service continues to drive him in pursuing his promising vision of a better Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, to speak on how the enforcement of the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act can fuel the country's clean energy transition, let us all welcome my favorite senator, the Honorable Senator Sherwin T. Gatchalian.
Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance President Alexander Ablaza, Vice President for Internal Affairs Ruth U. Owen, Vice President for External Affairs Teresa Asedillo Lapus, and to the rest of the PE2 officers, Board of Trustees, and members, a pleasant day to you all. I am honored to speak before you in this two-part virtual celebration of Energy Efficiency Day 2022, which coincides with the third anniversary of the enactment of Republic Act No. 11285, also known as the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, which I co-authored and sponsored in the Senate. This was first brought up in the 8th Congress in 1988, but it was only during the 17th Congress that the Senate and the House of Representatives managed to ratify the bill in January 2019 and was signed into law by the President 3 months later. Prior to its enactment, the Philippines was the only ASEAN country which did not have a law encouraging the efficient utilization of energy while providing tax incentives for energy-efficient projects. As of March 15 this year, 3 years since the signing of the law, 87.5% or 35 out of the 40 provisions of the EE&C Act have been implemented, and there are already 34 registered energy service companies that offer energy efficiency projects. I urge more companies to start undertaking energy efficiency and conservation measures to realize energy savings early on while we recover from the ill effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. As of April 15, 2021, there were a total of 30,333 designated establishments which were required to submit their annual energy utilization report. So far, only 13.13% of these designated establishments have complied with the said requirements as of June 30 last year. Nonetheless, I am pleased to learn that the Interagency Energy Efficiency and Conservation Committee, or IAEECC, recently issued an advisory to all government agencies to reduce at least 10% of the power and fuel consumption. This can help ensure ample electricity during this summer season and the upcoming national elections. Improving energy efficiency is an essential element of the transition to net zero. While the energy sector grapples with clearer policies, it's good to note that some multinational corporations and conglomerates in the country have started ramping up their initiatives to achieve net zero by 2050. In November last year, the International Energy Agency's Energy Efficiency Report showed that while energy efficiency improved in 2021 from 2020, there's still a long way to go to meet climate change targets. An IEA report also says that the transition of the electricity sector towards a decarbonized future is driven largely by renewable energy, with more countries globally increasing their RE share in overall power generation. As chairman of the Senate Energy Committee, I filed a resolution in February last year seeking an inquiry in aid of legislation on the country's energy transition plan in relation to the Department of Energy's imposition of moratorium on new coal-fired power plants, with the end view of developing and ensuring an equitable, secure, and sustainable energy transition. One of the key strategies developed by the DOE, as laid out in the Philippine Energy Plan, or PEP 2018-2040, to meet the country's nationally determined contribution, is to provide an option for gradual replacement of fossil fuels with alternative fuels. But the PEP does not provide a clean energy transition framework and does not indicate specific goals such as reduction targets for coal and oil usage, as well as higher targets for RE and alternative fuels within a specific time frame. The government's transition plan should include not only the ban of new coal plants, but the replacement technology, price impact, and other factors. We need to jumpstart our energy transition strategy, and the coal moratorium is only one facet. If given another chance to serve at the Senate, I plan to file a bill that will provide framework for energy transition in the country and establish the roles of the different government agencies in this endeavor. It's good to note that energy transition and efficiency can yield positive benefits to the nation's overall employment situation. Currently, there are 1,851 energy efficiency practitioners composed of energy conservation officers, energy managers, and energy auditors in the country. As per Interagency Energy Efficiency and Conservation Committee, or IAEECC, Resolution Number 1, Series of 2020, a total of 7,441 government offices are required to designate the respective EEC officer. However, as of October 27 last year, only 1,760 offices, or 24%, have designated their EEC officers, and 5,681, or 76%, are still non-compliant. We hope to hear more energy managers and engineers secure formal certifications from the DOE in partnership with the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority and the Commission on Higher Education, as it will not only further professionalize high-level energy management, but will also provide employment opportunities in designated establishments. I would like to reiterate that the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act is a very important law as it promotes energy efficiency by mandating certain consumption levels for commercial and industrial corporations. That is why we're urging the DOE to fully implement this law, because if we can save, then that's already tantamount to producing electricity. A megawatt saved is a megawatt produced. I wish everyone a successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, for that very inspiring message. And now, may I invite on stage also my PE2 colleagues, Mr. Alex Ablaza and Ms. Ruth Owen. It was indeed a gratifying 2 days of gathering insights and information sharing from our distinguished speakers. But as we all know, everything comes to an end. And so it's time we conclude our Day 2 session as well as our 2022 EE Day celebration. This 2-day conference is organized by the Philippine Energy Efficiency Alliance, or PE2. Thank you very much to all our distinguished guests and speakers for joining us today. We would also like to thank the following supporting organizations and partners: Department of Energy Philippines, Advantage Austria,
Asia Pacific Urban Energy Association,
Asia Pacific ESCO Industry Alliance,
European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines,
the Global ESCO Network,
Italian Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines,
Management Association of the Philippines,
the Royal Danish Embassy, Manila.
Our event partners, Cloud Events, our digital event partner, and iBuild.ph Web Solutions.
And most importantly, a big thank you to our sponsors who helped in making this event possible. Our gold sponsors, Climergy, Consumption Carrier Air Conditioning Company, Daikin Air Conditioning Philippines, EP Group, Shell, and Stratcon PH. Our bronze sponsors, Highcool Engineering Corporation, Meralco Energy MServe, Upgrade Energy Philippines, and Westco Electrical and Equipment Corporation.
To the hardworking team, our PE2 President Alex, and my co-moderators Ruth and Colin, to our secretariat team, Luigi and Hazel, and our back-end support team, who worked long hours to put this event together. Thank you very much. And last but not least, to everyone who tuned in and joined us throughout the entire 2 days, thank you so much. EE champions, we are now a step closer to transforming our economy towards an energy-efficient and low-carbon future. We would like to remind everyone to visit the PE2 website, www.pe2.org, for the video recordings. My name is Terry Asidilio Lapus, the chairperson for PE2's EE Day 2022. We look forward to your continuous support and
See you in our third EE Day in 2023.
Enjoy your evening.